Hello? Sorry for taking a wee while there. For some reason, V-Bridger was misbehaving today, but it should be sorted now. But hello! Thank you for your patience. Happy Wife Wednesday. I hope that you guys are doing well halfway through the week. My throat is a little iffy today, so I do apologize in advance. Drinking lots of water. I'm not drinking any fucking tea. It might have cooled down, but it's still a wee bit too hot for that, so we will not be doing that. Let's see. Hi, Ghost. But anyway, how are you guys? I hope that your week is going well. Thanks for letting me have... Thanks for not yelling at me for having the day off yesterday. I was pretty fucking tired. I will not lie to you, I haven't really slept today either, but... You know, that's how it be sometimes. I had my day of rest. I'm not having another one, especially because I don't know if I'm gonna be back in time tomorrow. I should be. But, you know, life likes to throw curveballs sometimes, so I'm not making any promises or anything like that. But no, I hope you guys are doing well. It's a lot more overcast today. It's still warm. It's like kind of muggy, I guess, but compared to last week, this is heavenly. I never thought I would look at like 18, 19 degrees and be like, oh, you know what? That's decent. That's decent. Especially we had rain on and off as well. Yesterday it rained pretty hard. So that was nice. It's cooled down. It's not just immediately turned into humidity. So yeah. But I will do my usual. I'll say my hellos and stuff first. So ba 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 ba. Hello, Joshi! Congratulations on being first. Hello, Ray. Hello, Temmie. Hello, Goat. Hello, Beaker. Thank you for the like. Hello, Doc. Thank you for the 30 stream streak. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Rhino. Hello, Trashcan. Hello, Gem. Let me double check that is... Okay, that should be sorted. Gem, thank you for the 130 stream streak. Temmie, thank you for the gifted sub to Doc as well. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your sub. And for the gifted sub to Rhino and to Joshi. Holy shit, Temmie. What is this? You sniping people? What the fuck? Thank you very much, Temmie. Thank you. If you did get a gift sub, make sure you say your thanks yous. Hello, Sucumbio. Joshi, thank you for the 120 stream streak. Hello, Vec. Nobody wants to die too fast. Your girlfriend started playing the Yakuza games? Which one did she start with? I know there's like... I think people usually start with 0, right? Hello, Marine. Thank you for the 2-1 resub. Happy 34 months. Thank you so much. Hello, Clarinets. Hello, Jared. Temmie, thank you for the gifted sub to Jared. Holy shit, thank you so much. Hello, Hannah. You've been drinking warm masala chai with milk non-stop? Help? No. What? I don't control you. Stop, forehead. 8 shots of espresso? Shot. That's in my head now. We're more likely to scream if you don't take the day off if needed. I know. You guys are very sweet like that, but the guilt doesn't go away just because you're like, you know, saying, oh, it's alright. And I'm just like, yeah. It's so not alright. They're being fucking nice to me. But in reality, my head is like, they think the absolute worst of me. They're calling me a lazy piece of shit and a bunch of other names. Sorry for, you know, obviously you don't do that. Well, maybe some of you do, but that's none of my business. Don't bring that to stream, please. Keep it to yourself. I don't need that. after 30 plus for days, 18 is like paradise. I mean, I don't think in the particular region that I am in, we ever hit 30. I wasn't paying close attention to the forecast, but just a few morning snipes. Thank you so much, Tammy. It's very sweet of you. Hello, Jerby. Do you want me to use when she started because she got a good price on it? Oh, okay. I see. Last whisper. Hello, Destroy the Guilt. You guys are sweet. Hello, Pancake. You jump in there, beat up those gobos. Oh, you guys don't have to. I'm not feeling that way tonight, but you know, I'm just explaining. Like, it's not that your words don't mean anything. They mean a lot to me. But you know, this is years upon years upon years upon, you know, one would say decades of my life of, you know, having some not so nice creatures in the brain, so they just take precedence sometimes. So I will always apologize. And you can always say no sorry. That's just how it's gonna go. That's the ritual we have here, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, you know, despite the stigma against British people, there are quite a lot of us that tend to just say sorry a lot. You know, it is what it is. It's like we're trying to make up for it. we're trying to make up for it. So yeah. You're surprising your girlfriend this Friday. Nice! I hope you have a lovely weekend with your girlfriend. That sounds super sweet. I'm sure she's gonna love it. I don't know her, I don't know you, but let's make that assumption. Why the fuck not? Heard a lot of stories over the weekend. It happens. It is adorable, isn't it? Had a creature hunt? Don't shoot. You might hit my brain. Something. I know it's a small target, but you know the worry is still there regardless. As for today, I don't know what we're gonna get up to. I don't even know if, like, you know, Autumn's available today to do Wife Wednesday. She might come up to me and be like, hey, I'm not feeling so hot. I know it's been rather warm over there for her recently. Or, you know, maybe she wants to go spend some time elsewhere. It doesn't matter. She doesn't have to give me an excuse. She can just turn up and say, I'm not doing it. Sorry. I'm not doing it today, and that's fine. But I haven't heard otherwise, so I'm just going to assume that we are doing something. I don't know what we will be doing. Maybe we'll do some Baldur's Gate. Maybe I'll get her on Overwatch to do some of the... There's this new mode on Overwatch, and it is... Some of the heroes in this mode, it's like playing crack. I love playing Jetpack Cat in this mode, because it's actually like crack cocaine, so... Maybe I'll try and persuade her to do some of that. Some of that stuff. Hello, Fate. Hello, Jaikon. How's it going? 40 degrees. I hope you have ample air conditioning. And thank you for the bless yous as well. Concert was good. Saw some cosplays too. No Prometheus. No Prometheus. No. Dude, I can't. I don't know how I would compose myself around a Prometheus cosplayer. I know I'm like, you know, the cool person here. I'm the cool, edgy, definitely constantly collected person. But, -3! Are you gonna share that with the rest of them, Lita? Please and thank you. 80% humidity. Yeah, fuck the aircon. You're gonna need some gills. That's like my overused joke when it comes to summer and when it gets really humid. Is just the gills thing. I need to grow gills to breathe. I need a pair of gills. I need to slice some holes in my neck, you know. You're a fan of the funny game mode? I don't think you are. Dude, so this Overwatch game mode is basically I think they had a bunch of streamers try and like make some balance changes, some meme balance changes to the heroes, and they put them all in one mode. So but God, some of it is like, some streamers were like, yeah, you know what, we could change, we could make Widowmaker not a sniper and more dependent on the, you know, the AR part of her gun, That would be funny. And also give her, you know, if you give her 2 of her venom mines, and if you set them up next to each other, they make a trip mine. Isn't that cool and quirky? And you have Jetpack Cat, which is, let's make her Satan. She has a perk where you can pick it. You lose a little bit of health, but you are fucking speeding everywhere. It is so hard to hit her. And also they change her ult, so no longer do you, like, you know, kidnap someone and, you know, you go and try and either drag them into your team to gun them down or off the edge of the map. You have grenades that you launch. You just fucking launch a bunch of grenades. Your guns become grenade launchers. It's insane. So I think the mode, like, I'm not sure if what because to me it looks like what they did is they went to each streamer individually and they had like these, I don't know, in my head I'm imagining they have like these interviews and they're like, what should we change? Let's work on this, like person by person for each hero. When in reality they should have had everyone in one room and been like trying to, because there's no like consistency with how, you know, some heroes get to be amazing and insane and other heroes, honestly, they get nerfed. So, like, Doomfist, for example. I think that Doomfist is OP as fuck. And they just made him more OP. Which is crazy. Whereas with Diva's annoying, but they just fucking straight up nerfed her, so... Daniel, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Hello, how's it going? Lack of cohesion across the board. Exactly, you put it perfectly, Jerby. There's no cohesion, so... And this wouldn't be a problem because at the end of the day, you could just play whatever hero you wanted to, but they have a mission where you have to win on 20 different champions, heroes, whatever. Which again, wouldn't be a problem because it offers battle pass EXP, but if you want the title, you have to do all of the challenges. And that's one of them. So, yeah, Doomfist is insane. They basically kept him as a, you know what really irks me is they kept him as a tank with his tank stats, but gave him like his fucking, because I don't know how many of you guys know that Doomfist was originally a DPS. So they just, yeah, I don't know whether, where's my stream avatars? I just realized you guys aren't at the bottom. Do you guys don't want to be here? That's okay. I'll just force you here. They gave him the Thanos gauntlet. They gave him his actual Doomfist. No, it's absolutely fucking rotten. Some of the heroes. It's just why I like playing Jetpack Cat, because I don't have to interact with them if I don't want to. You know. I don't want to deal with you, and I want to deal with you. So maybe I'll convince Autumn to play that. Moira got a substantial buff. On that mode, so maybe she'll be interested. Soldier 76's ult. You guys know what Soldier 76's ult is? It's like a auto aim thing. Well, usually it's on one person. In this mode, it's everyone. Everyone in sight gets shot. Hello, Winter! How's it going? Defense per second? I've got you in my sights. Oh yeah, they released ultra skins and released ultra quality skins as legendaries. Yeah, there's a bunch of collab skins. I really want the Mizuki one. I'll have to wait like a week or two before I can get it, but there's the Mizuki one is so cool. I really wanna. It's a Yoasobi collab. There's probably a few people that listen to Yoasobi. Yoasobi are really cool. Honestly, I should probably put them in my playlist. Maybe I tried to, but they weren't in Deezer. I don't know. Let me check, because I feel like I tried to put Yoasobi in before, but maybe not. Yeah, Yoasobi are fucking sick. Oh, this is amazing, but their entire track list is in Japanese. Fuck. Oh no, some of them are not. Balls. I only know English. Like, I suppose I do have Idol in my playlists. I'll have to look through it later with my like phone translator. That's okay. A Japanese composer. Well, at least I was hoping they would maybe, because my you know, my client language is in English. Have meetings, I don't wanna. How's it going? I hope the meetings go well. I'm okay. How much longer have you got of picking up that other person's work? So Krista literally insta-bought the Mizuki bundle even though she bought the Street Rebel one. See, this is why I was waiting, because I knew that Mizuki was getting a Yoasobi skin as well, so... I still need to get the cat one from the Street Rebels bundle too. There's so many skins! Overwatch, you're milking me dry, bro. Soon enough, I'm not even going to be able to play the game because I'll forgo paying my electricity bill or internet bill just to get the skin.
Zilkslov.
Hello, Melvin. How's it going? And Sam, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 5 months. Thank you so much. How you doing? Genji's and Hanzo's victory poses for the club are insane. I think it's hilarious that they gave Hanzo the dance. I mean, they gave everyone the dance, like, but... the Hanzo giving Unk the dance is hilarious. So... You thought you had been saved, but in hell they know my name. When Lucio Music Collab, people are fuming that Lucio didn't get a skin. Now, originally I understood why, because I thought that the Yoasobi collab was just gonna be for Hanzo, Kiriko, and like Genji. So I was like, oh, it's just like a Japanese thing. And then, you know, Mizuki as well. But then they added Anran and Juno. So now I'm looking at them like... It's a little weird that you didn't let Lucio in on that one, but it is what it is. It says the crow is cute. Can we get confirmation, please? I know at least like 2 people in here probably can read that, because you guys are fucking weebs. Both him and Genji unks when compared to the other characters in the collab? Absolutely, but you see, there's a difference. Genji is the unk going through a midlife crisis. He doesn't look like an unk. Hanzo is embracing the unk. Where's the new Mercy skin? She only has 54. That's not even the meme anymore. It's a Kiriko, and honestly, I think Freya is starting to get a wee bit of eyes on her now, because she's getting quite a few skins. Let's for you make them bleed. Mercy still has the most skins in the game. I mean, Mercy is OG, so that... Let's have a look. Let's Overwatch skin counts. Can I see? Does it like summarize maybe on their Wikipedia page? Mercy and Kiriko constantly top the chart. Both heroes having over 30 skins. Tracer and Widowmaker with 29. Wait, Freya, Venture, Buyang have the theaters ranging from 2 to 7? I feel like this is not right. I can't bother counting. You guys can go count. Nor Genji getting 3 new shop skins every season. And he has a battle pass skin. But I have a feeling you don't want to talk about that. Hello Strix and hello Steven. How's it going? I'm upset they don't lean more into the Martian space theme for Juno. Yeah, a lot of people are getting upset because, like, Juno either is not allowed to keep her hair color and also not allowed to keep her helmet either. It will rise. The dead will rise on the other side. Oh dear. Bum bum. Bum bum. Oh Jesus. What do we want to do before then? I was thinking maybe we could try and start chapter 3, but I don't know if we'll be able to get it done within 2 hours. Even if we skip like dialogue and stuff, because I'll probably have to end up reattempting some of the tennis stuff to get the big S rank, so soon we will be getting a karaoke stream. I would never do karaoke. Oh dear. Kami no watashi Sapuramu I don't know what we're feeling like. Mercy 58, Kiriko 38, Widow 42, Tracer 42, that was a year ago. Oh, well, we'll need to know now, though. Wait, let's look at the wiki. Maybe the wiki will tell us. Are we counting the esports skins? Are we counting those? No. Okay, if we're not counting Overwatch League teams. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46 is what Kiriko is at right now. That's not in counting the esports skins. And for Mercy, are we counting Mercy's like base skins? Because she's got Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. I didn't count Kiriko's I won't count that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 68 skins for Mercy. Holy shit. Hello, Chris. How's it going? And hello, Autumn. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, my love. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Shinju Tata. 68 fucking skins. Not including the esports. I mean, the esports would just fucking take her, like, to insano levels, because she's got, like, double Kirigos, so... Yeah. That's crazy. Tracer probably is up there because I feel like Tracer Widow used to be like kind of semi-poster girls for Overwatch, but eventually, you know. Hello, Ghost. Are you friends with me now? He got his Grinch feet trimmed earlier. He's not happy. 68 in 10 years is probably including recolors and anniversary stuff. I mean, Kiriko's is including recolors too, so... But yeah, the anniversary stuff and... yeah. For being an OG. But it's like when you compare it to the other OGs. Okay, so let's look at Zarya then. How many skins does Zarya have? You know, lovingly but grumpily pummel you? Why? I didn't do anything. I mean, I'm not complaining, but... How many does Kiriko have? Like, it was like 46. Zarya has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Zarya has 36 skins. So that's like nearly half, basically, pretty much. Zarya skins don't sell? Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. They could sell if they made decent ones. Guess what, honey? It's not nothing for me. Zarya skins should sell? Exactly. Yeah, that's my title. Is there a lie in the title? Did I lie? Did I provide any misinformation? And I don't see an issue. Suddenly I'm interested. Wait, you don't... Dude, Zarya's bunny skin, I have it. It's fucking phenomenal. You guys don't see, didn't see what it looks like? I can show you. You don't approve of this message? That's okay. You're allowed to feel the way that you would like. Hello, Caps. How's it going? Merry Christmas? What? Oh yeah, some people do Christmas in July, don't they? Here you go. Not the biggest of qualities, but look at her. You're such a brat, me? No. I'm an angel. What link did you post? You didn't post a link. I mean, honestly, you know, Nightbot kind of has you for that. You didn't post a link, but, you know, it was still sus regardless. Tear them down and burn them all. Light the fire and walk away. There's nothing left to say, so bury them to just make sure. Oi! Nightbot is run by celestial dragons. Jeez. Hello, Boyka. How's it going? This is the part where Trashcan comes in and is like, hey, but look at this, and does the Pepsi thing. There's nothing left to say. What with the link meme, the fact that you can do the Pepsi link? I think it was Pepsi, right? Or was it Dr. Pepper? Sorry, not Pepsi. What the fuck am I talking about? I thought it was Pepsi. It's Dr. Pepper. Yeah, there it is. How? I don't know. Sometimes it just, yeah, I don't know. I didn't make Nightbot. Dr. Pepper is superior to Diva, yeah. I mean, come on. Let's be. This is the problem is though is who here is gonna tell. What kind of person turns around and goes, yes, Dr. Pepper is my favorite drink. Hello, Snowy. How's it going? Soda, yes. Pop. Fizzy juice. Pop. That's something I couldn't get used to up here. Is people just call it. They call it juice. It's called juice, and I'm just like, no, it's pop. Juice to me is like cordial and dilute. Fizzy drinks are just pop. Hello, Brad. You've never had Dr. Pepper? It's good. It's okay. It's good. Like, but it's like one of those things that I'm just like, you know, I'll maybe drink once in a while. Kronichiwa? Wait, that's hilarious. If I was more weeb, I would do that. You know multiple Dr. Pepper favorite drinkers? You would. You're probably one of them. Cool drink? 3 quid for a 400 milliliters? Jesus wept. 4 out of 10? It is extremely mid, but it does have a unique taste. So you know how like Pepsi and Coke are like very similar? To me they taste different, but they're very similar to most people. I don't think Dr. Pepper tastes like anything else. That's as expensive. So yeah, for a 330 milliliter can of Dr. Pepper, let's just open Tesco here. Let's see. Oh, that's a 24 pack. You can get a 24 pack for £12 or £8 on Club Card. I just wanna. Okay, so for a 500 milliliter, you would get. It would be £2. Thank you. Pepper and Baja Blast at first place. Maybe I still have to try Baja Blast. Who the hell drinks Moxie? What is Moxie? I don't even know what that is. They only spawn in the import section. That's why they're so expensive. Probably, yeah, well, that makes sense. They're imported. I pay all the costs associated with that. I never heard of Moxie being used for anything other than like when someone's like, oh, she's got some Moxie, you know? You got the Moxie in you. And I'm pretty sure sometimes I see it used as like VTuber names, but it's a type of cola. Oh. You guys ever had Dandelion and Burdock? That's kind of cola-y. My late granddad really liked Dandelion and Burdock. It's a Pokemon ability, alright, bro. You like the bitter drinks? Not a big fan, but it's okay. It's I like it. I wouldn't intentionally buy it, but I like it. Dandelion and Burdock, yeah. Lucozade. You hate root beer? I've never tried it. See if you can find the soft drink Bite Gal. It's like a cola. It's not. It's like root and herb by the water. That's kind of what Dandelion and Burdock sounds like, but I think it's still nice. It's got a taste to it, but it's nice. Real iron brew I bought here also tasted pretty diffy to the one you sent me. In what way? Did you get like pre-sugar tax iron brew somehow, or like what? You have a gin tonic? Less toothpastey. Alright, bro. Grow up. Chewing on pine cones. It's the kind of drink that Sid the Sloth would like. Gin-specific augment called gin and tonic where it makes his bullets curve. Alright, that happens to me already. We call that skill issue. Ha. Skishu for short. Skishu. Skishu is good. Oh dear. I don't know what we're gonna do until our date later. Anything you guys want to do? I don't want to do dolls. I don't think I can do dolls. Unless you guys really want to, then I might be able to do dolls. Udir, fantastic. It just depends on general willingness to participate. We're just sitting in the corner chair. The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Hello, David. How's it going? Fun fact, my chemistry teacher in high school looked like Brain. We need to get the white plastic Virgil chair. That's what you guys get to sit on. Finished shopping for paper goods, got pick 2. 3 to 7 all sold out. Is this something you can maybe get online? So what, Redbox to close the tab, bro? My chemistry sounded like Dr. Cortex. Dr. Neo Cortex? I liked his laugh. You're gonna check when I finish book 2 or use my sister's Kindle? You can. If it's on Amazon, like books or whatever, you can use like you don't have to have a Kindle for that. I found that out recently. You can read that either on your phone or I think you can also read it on your computer if you wanted to. Might be worth check it. Oh, your sister got 3 months 3? Yeah, that's fair. Feel like we had this convo. I was trying to buy the first book, and did you? Did you succeed? Florida. Holy shit, books are expensive, but I didn't realize they were getting that expensive. I got the Audible books. Oh, nice. Time to jailbreak that Kindle. Oh my god. Trash can about to get us all in trouble. Dude, I cannot believe Canada is competing in the Eurovision next year. We're just gonna let anyone in now. South Africa in the World Cup. Germany lost their game. What the fuck? It's crazy. That's the real reason why you're moving. You've been moving for like 2 years now, Brad. You're a real shit immigrant, you know that. And Netherlands. The Dragons are winning tonight. The Dragons. Oh, USA versus Bosnia. The house is sold. The money is in your account. So what are you waiting for? The food. You was devastated when Germany lost. Where's actually you guys are gonna have like beef with Lychee. No, Lychee is gonna be wanting Portugal to win, and it's Portugal versus Croatia, isn't it? When is that? Is that tomorrow? No, it's on Friday. 12 AM, that's rough. So we're gonna do wait till England versus Congo. That's that just started actually, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Who was mentioned? Drone? I don't have that command. I only have yours, I think. Is it just this? Yeah, that's the only one I have. She's trying her best. It's because she can't post links because she'll get told off. She'll get bunked by Nightbot. So if I wanted to borrow the books from the library, it's a 3-month wait. 3 months. Is it? It's like just. Is it like a? Did it come out recently, or is it just like gone popular all of a sudden for some reason? You want Spain to win it all and Cabo Verde to knock Argentina out? Spain, huh? Who's Spain playing against? Did they already win theirs? Oh, Austria. Let's see. Popular all of a sudden? That sucks. Book talk? Yeah, I can imagine. Austria beats Spain? Trust? Yeah, alright, buddy. You got some cute clothes on there, Throne? Just saying. You got some cute clothes on you right now. Ooh, book talk. Listen, that's how I read my slop. Dude, on the anime website I watch anime on, they have a villainous tag. It's great. You can no longer hear? That's crazy. My homie has Big 5. Wait, how many books are there in this series? You'll be into Villainous Slop? Dude, it's fun. It's fun to watch. Eight right now with 9 starting. Oh, so it's still ongoing. It's not finished yet. me see. First you're part of a saga. Sega Saga. I hope Norway win. That's all I'm saying. I hope Norway win. In fact, you know, it's not even that I hope Norway win. I just hope that Haaland wins. I just want Haaland to win, bro. I hope the ball has fun. Which they probably use a bunch of different ones. So which one? Haaland from Clash. Shut up. You love the cat in the story. The cats are always the best kind of characters. Speaking of, why does he keep disappearing? Like, hello? Where? He's not even popping up. Why is he not popping up? Oh, that's why. There we go. It's the same ball every match. I see. That poor ball. He's hiding. He's scared. Why? He's currently laid down on the bed behind me. Sleeping. Hi, Ghost. You're so cute. Would you like a treat? Or are you too tired for a treat? I think he's too tired for a treat. He doesn't want another trim? Well, he just has to get them once a month, okay? It's for his own good. Treat for chat? No, you guys don't get a treat. Why would I give you guys a treat? What have you done to deserve a treat? What treat would I give you? I have nothing to offer. Did you like us? No, I don't. Literally 1984. Can I hold a bat, please? Cat treat will do fine. You want cat treats? They're ghosts, though. I don't have any freeze dried chicken anymore. He's just been having dreamies. I did not eat the fish. No, I had one piece a wee bit ago. And then I learned that actually you're not supposed to eat it. Literally the second after I ate it. So... Dreamies are not that bad if I remember correctly. You've tried them? What are you talking? Why are you eating cat treats? The one... Oh my god. You guys are gonna give me whiplash. You're stressing me out. I want to nuke this chat. One piece still is our treat. Listen, if you guys want to do the dolls, we can. But like, there has to, it can't just be me doing them. There has to be some other participation. Also, I've stopped doing VG video game bundle because there's no point. Oh, look at me, I ain't doing that. Winter's gonna answer every single doll. Thank you, Winter. You have to solo it? You want me to solo them? You sure? People are just gonna get mad when I don't know shit. You gonna go buy the Juno bundle? I want the Mizuki one. You will solo Anna to top 500? I mean, that's something I could try and do, but God, that's gonna attract a lot of fucking flies around the stream when I'm playing like shit and not looking at any videos and just brute forcing it. You know? Alright, let's fucking speedrun these then. $19.58. I know what song this is. I think is it the one? Am I thinking of the wrong one? I don't think that. That might not be the right tempo. Shrek was the other day. What the fuck is that song called? Hit the road, Jack? Yeah, that. Well, let's guess that. It's not. I was supposed to get it on this Pink Panther tune? Fever? Don't know by who? Peggy Lee? That one? Just gang. Shut the fuck up, Brad. What? Oh. This might just be a bitch. Shut the fuck up. Get this guy out of here. Hello, Ray. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the clutch on that. Holy shit. Okay, this is the bonus round. Do you want a chicken kebab or chicken? I'm going for the fucking kebab. I love kebab. Okay, we got a butcher's box, which is a cheeseburger patty, pulled pork, loaded fries, spicy chicken kebab on a naan for £11.95. Looks good. Okay, and a bocadillo with ham and cheese, £4.35. Left, easy. Okay, nice. Holy shit. We got fish chips and a battered sausage for £10. That looks good though. Or we have a Negra Modelo Michelada. Left. This looks really fucking good. I could smash this right now. L at the end of Spanish word says pronounced EO, I think, probably. But I'm British, so it doesn't matter. Everyone will just call me ignorant regardless. Hello, Block. How's it going? Burger with Coke. Very simple. You know, Holland could have posted this himself. Or we have pulled pork topped hot dog. Hey, this doesn't look bad at all. This burger looks a little dry. Holland buff. There's a ketchup distribution. That is... You can tell where they started and where they finished, is all I'm saying. Fans in level. There's no one there, it's just this person here. Hot dog, okay. Oh wait, I need to put my music back on, sorry. It's just very quiet. We got cottage pie or lobster steak, chicken tender, and salad. Free. This looks like a buffet type shit. And this looks horrible. They both look foul. Right? Okay. Chips and gravy. These chips kind of look abysmal. Or ham, mushroom, and salami pizza. I hate mushrooms, but this is a decent looking pizza. Mainly because it's all toppings. Why is it left just mushy peas and gravy? It was cottage pie, so it was mince and gravy. And apparently there's supposed to be potatoes in there somewhere. The pizza looks okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. This gravy, this has been sat for a while. That gravy has formed skin on it. We have steak pie, mashed peas, and gravy. Honestly, looks like a decent spread. Fucking peas are disgusting, but... Or this. I'm not pronouncing this. What is this? Like a cutlet? We're going right. Thank you for the lyric, trash can. I hate mushy peas. I like normal garden peas. We have a literal ice cream sandwich or cheese pretzel. And what the fuck is this? Oh, it's a sausage. That's the cheese pretzel. I don't know if the beer comes with it. Don't underestimate this. Every time I underestimate this, this is always... Looks like a pumpkin. It looks like an angry face. Are we wanting left or right? Yeah, it's 50p. That's because it's from Indonesia. Right, please? Okay. That's still pretty low. Probably because the photo is disgusting. We got chicken tenders and fries with soda. £19.30. Or we have a hot dog for £4. £4.50. Damn. Fucking raw dogging the hot dog as well. No sauce, no condiments at all actually. No fucking onions. It does look like it's ill. That is a very accurate description of the hot dog. It is £20, but please remember, people on Scrandle do not care about the price. They're all fucking... That's not even debit. Okay, we're going with 14. Okay, we have a margarita or pie, peas, and gravy. This margarita looks pretty fucking... For England... Macclesfield? This looks pretty... I'm surprised, honestly. Wow, holy shit. And it's only £5. Holy fuck. That's crazy. We got a roast beef and gravy roll for £4.50, or chicken and chips with a ketchup mayo mix sauce. So we got burger sauce. These... How do you burn chicken nuggets, bro? How do you... I feel like chicken nuggets are the things you don't fuck up. What? That's crazy. Poland buff? Are you sure? What are you thinking, left or right? Personally, left. I think people would vote right. I would personally go for the left too, and I'm not really that big of a fan of beef. I just think those fucking nuggets look burned. But I think you're right. I feel like people would vote right. You think I'll go right? Yeah, they went right. That's 30. Wow. Holy shit, 10 out of 10. Damn, but it wasn't a hard one today, apparently. Wow. Good work, guys. Alright, food guesser time. Lamb trotters, sheep tripe, onions, garlic, white wine, tomatoes, olive oil, salt, pepper, bouquet garni, parsley, carrots, bacon, potatoes, celery. This dish is a traditional stew that combines sheep trotters and stuffed tripe parcels. Or parcels, I don't know how you pronounce that. The tripe is typically filled with a mixture of garlic, parsley, and other herbs, then wrapped and tied into small packages, simmered slowly into a rich tomato and white wine sauce. It results in a hearty, flavorful meal with tender meat and aromatic spices, often enjoyed with crusty bread. I'm not gonna lie, this sounds foul. Hello, Lychee, how's it going? This is British, is it? I think it's British. trying One Piece still, today's character genuinely seems to not exist. That's because there's like 7,000 characters. You guys want to go to the UK? I mean, I could put the UK. Eastern Europe? Who wants to claim this? People are rushing home for the football? Oh, yeah. Good job on getting home. Be proud of you today. Make sure you treat yourself to something nice. Not Bulgaria, I can say that much. Tomato means it's tomato Europe and not potato Europe. Anyone want to claim this? Anyone at all? I mean, you can see in the background there's some fucking French wine. Let's have a look at this plate. What is this plate giving? Yeah, but the wine being French might not even mean anything, because I'm pretty sure all fucking wine is French. England losing 1-0 to Congo. We pray it tastes like a Jesus Christ. Don't mind eating it, but don't ask me where it's from. Does Greece like that? I don't even know what a parcel is. Is it parcel? Is it? Oh, okay. Like little present parcel type thing? I don't know. I will say though, this knife, I'm pretty sure on this side here, I've seen at least one of these in every single British household I've ever been in. Thank you for the 175 stream streak, Lychee. Thank you very much for that. This feels like a wild card. Ingredients give fancy, appearance gives Eastern. So it's gonna turn out to be Welsh or something. Maybe. Lamb trotters. I mean, the only other thing that would tell me it could be United Kingdom is that it says lamb trotters. It doesn't say like lamb feet. Trotters makes me think it's like that's a very UK word we use. It's really not a wild card. Okay, Joshy, not everyone's a food guesser loser like you. My bad. My bad, I don't know where lamb trotters and sheep tripe dish comes from. That's on me. I'm so sorry. Try Ukraine? Okay. Warm. It's west of Ukraine. I think it's like Austria or some shit. West. What is west? Czech, Germany, Austria, France. Is it actually France? But it's warm. It's UK. I'm telling you, the UK would be like, okay, it would be like northwest. I feel like, but it is not. This is French. This is France. It is France. That's the word for feet. I know that. Pieds. It's fucking France. It was France. Okay. Holy shit. Another broth. We got rice, chicken broth, onions, garlic, tomatoes, bell peppers, saffron, olive oil, chicken, fish, shellfish, white wine, peas, paprika, bay leaf, parsley, salt, pepper, and then a bunch of optional shit. Weird that you know that? What? No, don't. Okay, right. Don't turn this into a freak thing, right? The reason I know the word for feet in French, not only because I took French as a GCSE in high school, but because I always thought it was funny, the idiom. When you're saying something is annoying in France, or French, or whatever, you say, you're hurting my foot. Which is like casse pieds or some shit like that. The dish is comforting, soupy rice meal, brimming with rich flavors, typically includes a savory broth from chicken, seafood, or rabbit infused with garlic, saffron, and other aromatic spices. The rice absorbs the flavorful liquid while maintaining a slightly soupy consistency. Often garnished with fresh herbs or vegetables, this dish is a warm and hearty delight, perfect for a satisfying meal. I love rice with soup. I think it's very underutilized. This feels like paella. We can go Spanish. Spain. Nice! Arroz caldoso. Sick. I didn't even yuck our yum thing. I would personally yuck because of the fish, but honestly, I'm fine with it. I guess. Sugarcane yeast water. Damn. This is a potent traditional beverage crafted from distilled sugarcane juice. It boasts a robust, fiery flavor and is often enjoyed straight or used as a base for cocktails. The production process typically involves fermenting the sugarcane juice before distillation, resulting in a clear, strong spirit. With its distinct character and high alcohol content, this dish is integral to local festivities and gatherings. What is this, moonshine? Is this how you make moonshine? I don't even know what moonshine is, so don't ask me. This one's tricky. Rum? Is it rum? I don't know how the fuck you make rum. Why is the rum gone? Yes! The rum is gone. This is rum? Okay, that's fantastic news. Where the fuck does rum come from? Cuba? No, it is not Cuba. West Africa somewhere? Might be Cuba, it is not Cuba. It is northeast of Cuba. Ivory Coast? Where the Morocco? I would probably be more I'd be happy for a Morocco guess. Warm. Grog. Guys, it's not rum, it's grog. Southwest. It's not border. Portugal? It's not Portugal. This looks like the backyard of Goat's house. Really? He just had that Zagreb. That's yeah, Goat lives in Zagreb. I'm doxing him, by the way. I see Goat on that hill up there. Southwest of Morocco. Is this gonna be like one of those fuck-ass islands? Is this like Cabo Verde or some shit? Or like fucking... I think that's the only one here. I'm gonna... Cabo... No. Where is that in? Cape Verde? Is that how it's... Dominican Republic? Guys, you know what? I'm just gonna trust you guys. Holy shit, there was! Damn. Nice! Sure, I'll drink it. I don't know if I like it or not. You can't let Winter have any? Oh, then hell. Oh, is Cabo Verde mean Cape Verde? Oh, shit. Sick. Okay. Yeah, we fucked up on this one. This one was tough for a lot of people. Holy shit. Sick. Winter will drink to that. We know who wants to win the World Cup. Yeah. Okay, we got Chicago, Long Island, Nigeria, Cologne, Indianapolis, Munich, Limerick, Singapore, Casablanca, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Champagne, Guinea-Bissau, China, Fargo, Moscow. What's with all these places? What is with all these places? Long Island, Champagne, Moscow. You don't know the fourth? What are it, like drinks or some shit? Oh, Cuba. Oh, okay. Okay, no. Singapore. No, guys, it's not. It's not Casablanca. Maybe not Champagne. Cuba. Not Champagne. Okay, Cuba, Singapore. Okay. There we go. Places and cocktail names. Alright. What the fuck is... I don't know. I could not tell you anything here. At all. Yeah, I have no idea. Thanks for self-care check, Lyra. I hope you're well. Champagne Cologne, China? What? Items named after places they're from? Oh. Limerick, then? I don't know if it's an item, though. That's like just a... Or would it be Casablanca? Fucking go for it. Things named after places. Okay, no, you're right. Okay, we got the blue and the yellows. We're just missing the green and the purple. I've fucking lost on this one today. You guys are gonna have to carry me. This one has got me in a bit of a doozy. Chicago, Casablanca, Fargo movie series. Fargo. Shut the fuck up, Brad. Well, we have to think of the other group as well then. What would the other group be? I think it's Munich. What is Indianapolis? Is that like the full, like Indiana is like that we call it? Like what is this? It has a full government name? Main capital of Indiana? It's a city? Well, it's because I was thinking like Guinea, like Indiana or India or something like that, or Niger, you know what I mean? Like they have like other names in their name. So it's me. I don't know what Dominican Republic is. Dominican like a place, like a... You know, do you guys understand what I'm saying? They're not the same nation? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying they all have different... They all have different... They have the names within their names of something else that it, like a... I don't know what you want to fucking call country or whatever. Which is why I thought Munich might be the last one here, because I can't come up with... Yeah. Is this actually it? Starting with countries. Yeah, it is. Okay, sick. I did get one. I got the wordplay one. Let's go. Wordle time. Give me a word. What's our word? So answer me. Talk to me. So answer me. Where's your empathy? Fargo. Oh, we need to do the poop doll as well. It's not in the word list. Apple. Fucking apple, bro. Obsession. You're trying not to get spoiled? That's okay. No worries. We do poople as well. Scent. Still only the E. Wary. We have an A already done though. Wired. Damn. Okay, there's an R and okay. I guess that's maybe it could be RE. Answer me. Talk to me. So answer me. Relay, there's no A or L. Where D? I don't know where D is. Perfect. Ready. Oh, this is a word. Oops. Okay. So it starts with D. And R is in the last two. Hello, Jaffe. How's it going? Greed? That would have been a sick suggestion. But I already typed something stupid. I've been here before. I thought about defer as well, but there's no E in this position. I just thought about that. There's sadly no E here. Yeah. The bird, is that a word? It is a word. Okay, we're missing the mirror. Is that? There we go, boom. I thought this had an E on the end of it, but I guess not. Anyway, poople is a new one I've been doing recently, where you start with a word and every time you can change one letter in the word, and eventually you have to get to poop. But it has to be a word that actually exists. Warp. That's a good start. So we have the P there. Is warp a word? No. Carp. Tarp. Where would we go from these? Is corp a word? Is parp a word? It is. But how do you get... Now how do you get to poop? Because I don't think porp is a word, no. Is this not a word? Prop? That's 2 letters though, sadly. You can only change 1 letter. Yeah. So close. So we have to... Unless we can... No. Yeah, this is what I was thinking too. Carp to corp. To coop. to poop. So does that work? So carp, corp. Corp isn't a word. Unlucky. I thought corp would be a word. I guess it's just shortened. Why go warp again? Oh, I don't know actually. I'm silly. Prom, poop, prop, poop. Are you saying prom from parp? Because that's changing 2 letters. We can only change 1. Parp to prom? That's still changing 2 letters, David. You're changing the A and the R. You can only change 1 letter at a time. Yeah. You want to go to war instead of... We'd have to go all the way back. If you wanted to start with war. Corp is not a word, no. We just tried it. We could, if we wanted to, we could go to care and we could go to core. Wait, care, core, pour, pole. Wait, shit. Paul, pool, poop. There we go. It was a rough one, but we got it. There's also Lexicon. Shit, I forgot about that one too. This one is also a word one. So, you've got to get these connected by using different words. So, it's like a chain of words. So we have to think of words that are like immediately, but would also get us closer to there and vice versa, if that makes sense. So like, we could start off with soon. So our smallest gap is between there and soon. Like possession? Is that how you spell that? No, that's not one. So does that make sense? Or is this one too hard for us? Get this out of here. Arrive. Okay, arrive is with immediately. This is a belonging, though. Belong? No. Because it's like theirs. Like, close. This one can be quite hard. Soon and close not being connected pisses me off though, low-key. This is a hard one today. This is the mine. Okay. Mine to soon, 27.1%. You're in close. So now we're looking between mine and soon. These not connecting up is also pissing me off. What do you mean? Own, mine, and possession? What are you talking about? We need to type... Okay, so... You need to type words. Own is a good one. Own is a good one. Okay, that connected them. You need to type words to connect there and immediately. And so, like, we're getting closer. So it's between, I suppose, mine and soon. It's still mine and this one. So we need to make them connect by getting close to the words. Presents. Okay, possession and present. Gift? Fuck. Location, purchase. I was thinking gift. Purchase. Purchase! There we go. That's our chain. Their own, purchase, arrive immediately. This I don't see the connection here, but we're that's fine. That's fine, we got it. That's fine. This one can be an easy one or a hard one. It depends on the day. Alright, we also have a new league one, which is very interesting. So, we'll start with our audio. Fantastic. You'd love to see it. Okay. Well, they use mana. They're female. They're not jungle. They're ranged. Not from Felure Ionia. And they might be human. You know, I'm gonna go... Oh, no, they're not from Ionia. I was gonna go to Yanara. Is Sivir OG? LeBlanc? Is LeBlanc OG? I don't think LeBlanc is OG. We can go LeBlanc. Not a mid laner. Not from Noxus, not from 2010. Caitlyn? I think... Is Caitlyn 2010 or 2011? Not a bot laner. 2011. Not 2011 either. Support. Or top laner. Where's Seraphine from? Is Seraphine from Piltover? And yeah, part human. I think Seraphine is magic born, right? Is she? Or am I thinking of Piltover? Fuck, okay. Nami is Vistayan. Janna, I think, is too old. And I don't think she's a human. I think she's a god, right? Annie is too old. I have a melody, but you never know. Is Morg part human? I don't think Morgana or Kayle are part human, are they? I mean, we could try Morgana. I feel like Morgana is really old too, though. It is a support. Fucking mid lane. Okay, so not Freljord, Ionia, Noxus, Piltover, Demacia, Targon. Okay, she's OG, yeah. I thought she was. Yeah, she's an aspect, and she's magically altered. But she is human, you were right about that. We said no chance, and all I could sing was sad songs. Whoa. Wow. Okay, so Lulu is fucking... a Yordle. And pretty old, honestly. Niska? Who? What? Who's that? Who the fuck is Niska? There was... Jeremy, who's Niska? I mean, Nico is Vistayan. I don't think Vistayan counts as part human. Niska is so confused. Could it be Senna? Until you see my bones, cause I've been feeling like this since I was 13 years old. Are they gonna tell me Senna is bot lane as well? Oh, it's not Senna. Fuck. Renata? Renata is a good shout too. Whoa. It's not Renata either. Bro. Oh, Renata came out after Senna. Holy shit. So, not from Zaun, Shadow Isles, Demacia, Targon, Piltover, Noxus, Freljord, Ionia. Bitch, where are they from? Holy shit. It might be over. Stand up and I look at he said. Oh, oh. Shona? I think Shona is Demacian. And also pretty old. Karma is Ionian. Lux is Demacian. It's not Mel, because Mel is not a support as much as they claim her to be. Abathur, thanks. Guys, I don't know who this is. Is it Seraphine? Zyra plot human? I don't know about Zyra actually, but I feel like Zyra is another one of those older champions. I mean, we could give it a go. Human plant. Okay, Ixtal. It's Zyra. Nice. Nice. Seraphina Zaun? Wait, she's not classed as Piltover? I mean, that's... Good shout on the Zyra. I didn't think she was human. You see this cape? I say, goddamn, I'm sexy. Is this like... Is this Locke? Is this a Locke quote? Does Locke say this? No, Locke isn't even in this yet. Who the fuck says this? I have never heard this in my life. Who has a cape? Who? Are we sure it's not? Is this not Rakan? Oh. Yeah, it's Rakan. My bad. I feel like I've never heard that. I play Rakan as well. I've never heard this fucking quote before. It's niddly cute, no? Emoji time. Sheep. Sheep? Sheep? Strack is a goat. Kindred! Oh, Lamb, you're so right. Forgot Kindred's a fucking sheep. Thank you, Hangry. Polymorph is a shout. What is this? Is this a Karthus skin? Is this Karthus or Lysandra or some shit? Who is this? Who? Or is it because there's chains we're supposed to immediately know it's Silas or something? Who? It's not Karthus. Not Kindred. What am I doing? Lysandra. Not Lysandra either. Who is this? Who has chains? Silas has chains. Alistair has chains. It is Alistair. It's Piss Alistair. It's Golden Alistair. I saw this in game the other day. I feel like the chains should have been a lot thicker, but that's me. Alright, so Champ though is actually like connections. So here we have to put 4 of them together. This one is lore and identity, so regions, species, and backstories. So I think already I'm seeing like we got some Sharimans. There you go. Nasus and Renekton. It's 4 people. It's gotta be 4 people. Oh, they're ascended, sorry. So yeah. That Was this Demacians? Who else? Is Lucian Demacian? Guys, is Lucian Demacian? Fid, Eve, Tom, Noct. Yes? Okay, thank you. And then we have, these will be, even though Seth is only half, I think the last group is Vestians, right? Boom. There we go. And then we have visuals, so this is by appearance, weapons, and outfits. Not sure if Nocturne is a demon, apparently he is. A demon in my games when he's fucking ulting me 24/7. Kael, Lucian, Leona, Lux? Oh, is it something to do with the light? Light theme. There we go. Nice. Do we have a nature theme going on here? Is this... Could we classify this as nature? Yeah, there we go. What fits with balls? Oh, is this like Hextech? Who would be the other one? Oriana? Yeah, okay. What's this one? What the fuck is this one? Hello, Drew. How's it going? White hair. Oh, right. Okay. Sick. Okay, this is kit mechanics. So this could be abilities, crowd control, and resources. It's like shit they have. Hello, Drew. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. Oh, God. My throat is so sore, guys. So I'm already seeing... We have, like, maybe a revive mechanic here. There we go. Don't think we have anyone that's manaless besides Rumble. Not sure. Phantom Entropy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moito. Hope you enjoy your stay. Fizzoy, Poppy, and Rumble is category. I don't think we can. I don't think that's a category. As much as it would make sense for it to be, I don't think it is. I mean, we have like. What am I doing here? Like, I need like knock-ups, knockbacks. I mean, technically Oriana as well. I don't know actually. Because Fizz ult, Trundle Pillar, Poppy ult, Sejuani. Does she, when she died? Does she? Or is it Oriana? Janna, Ori, Fizz, and Poppy. Janna too. I'll give it a go. Incorrect. It's not even one away, so my theory was incorrect. Sej does knock up with Q. Unless it's this. Oh, this is one away. This is one away. We have any shielders? Oriana shields, Janna shields, Wei shields, Lux shields. There we go. Is it Fizz, Poppy, Sej, Trundle? No. Did I try that one already? I don't fucking know. Read? Oh, Sej, Poppy, Trundle, Graves. Sej, Poppy, Trundle, Graves. Nope, I was wrong. Magic resist shred. Damage reduction passive. Did I not pick that? Oh, wait, it's Fizz instead of Trundle. Unlucky. And then the next one is mixed, so it could be anything that we had before. It could be where they're from and stuff. It could be how they look. It could be what they have in their kits. So this one's a little bit harder usually, but... Vibes round. Would work 500 more. Ivanheimer, Kali, and Fiddle all shut the fuck up. Would walk 500 more. At your door. Da 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 da. Da da da. I don't know what else. I did my part. You guys need to do yours. Seneca and Carthus are all dead. Well, yeah, I thought that as well. These guys are undead. Well, I don't know if Cyan is I guess. But I don't know who else would count as undead. Maybe Thresh? Vex, Senna, Thresh, Carthus? Vex? Senna, Thresh, Carthus? Is she undead? That's Scion, it is Scion. Undead, okay. Shadow Isles? No, Scion isn't from the Shadow Isles. He's Noxian, right? I don't think Vex is from the Shadow Isles, is she? She's just- I thought she was just a Yordle. Okay, we've got 2 more left. Bottom row all junglers. She sits in the Shadow Isles. She really likes Viego, doesn't she? Viego! So sus! Where is she? Haha. Fucking Viego sims are crazy. Da 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 da! Da 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 da. Where the fuck is Hui from? Could this be like Summon's little min? Because she has spiders. He has his turrets. She has Tibbers, and he has Daisy. Combat, so okay. What the fuck is this last one? Fiddle, Nocturne, at least Vex. Jump for you from far. Oh, fear. I forget. Hui has a fear in his kit, and it doesn't need to be there. I hate Hui. I'm actually a fucking real Jin larper. I despise Hui. Okay, so the next one that we can do is we can look at this. Now this might be a little bit more complex for the people that don't play League. It is for me because I play around Mayhem. That's all I play. So I haven't played a fucking normal game in yonks. So for half of these, I have no fucking clue. But it starts off easy. So we have 5 rounds where we get the full build. We get their rune, the lane, what they start with and shit, and their ability levels and stuff. And then later, we only get 1 item. Yasuo? What, with the Bork? Really? In mid lane? I mean, oh, I suppose. Yeah, we'll go for it. Oh, yeah. You rush Bork on Yasuo now? Not even like a little crit cloak or anything? Holy shit. Okay, so this is a bot laner. And I don't think they are a support. They are a mage APC, so we're starting with a fucking Blackfire Torch, so I don't think it's Lux. Or maybe even... I don't think it's Vlad either. Karthus? You think it's Karthus? Q max, and then after Q max, it's E max. Could be Karthus. Could be. Okay, you wanna. Okay, well, it's fucking Karthus. Holy shit. A tier in the bot lane. What is this rune? What is this? Is this death? Is this death? Is this Deathfire? Okay. So we're out of my range of shit here. This is a jungler. Starting with W. Starting with W but maxing Q. And then maxing E. That's hilarious. This sort of shit is the only type of shit you'll see in jungle because they'll have to start an ability that helps them clear the wave. But then they'll max another ability and then another ability, but that's usually the last one they max. So... Jax starts W, I think. So, what? Vi or Lee or Jax? They have Conqueror and Gust Walker Hatchling, whatever this is. Hecarim Swipe? Lee, most likely. I feel if it was Hecarim, Feint would know it was Hecarim. You can go for Lee. It's not Lee Sin. You almost never start W and only sometimes max E second. It could be any one of these. Oh, fantastic. I should give a fuck. Nefari? No, it's not Nefari. Who else was suggested? Vi? Vi. It's Vi. Vi, let's her fists do the talking. Okay, so we have a top laner with the fucking Doran's Blade start. What is this? Why do I not get to see what the rune is? So they start W, max Q, and then max E, so similar to last time. Fucking force of nature. Okay, so they've got a Youmuu's. We know it's not Garen because they don't have Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge. What is Shyvana build? I have no fucking clue. Honestly, wait, Youmuu's? Who is building a Youmuu's first item? Maybe I thought it would be Pantheon, but then to pivot into a force of nature? Like what? A movement speed build? I don't know, I'm not a top laner. Hello Art, thank you for the self-care check. How's it going? Where's our resident top laner? Some scions go Youmuu's first. Deadman's Plate the Youmuu's is fine, but the Deadman's Plate second, that's a deal breaker for Scion. So does Camille. It's not Camille. Darius? It's Darius. What the fuck is this build? That's actually kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. That's actually pretty scary. Okay, we got a support. With Aftershock. They are building. What is this? Is this like a support item? Locket, Knight's Vow, Zeke's. Holy shit, Zeke's? Like a Rel, maybe? Alistair? I'm okay, thank you for asking. The heat's about to be. Oh, is it really warm still? To guess about queuing, I guess. This could be anyone here. I don't feel like you're gonna get as much value out of a Zeke's with like some of these characters. I don't know. Blitz with a W max. It is a W star. I don't think it's the. I don't think it's Blitzcrank actually. Looking at that, don't think it's Thresh either. I don't think it's Maokai. I feel like if you're playing Maokai support, you're usually going AP, or at least a little bit of AP. I don't know about the rest though, because I don't play these. Like, who out of these would you max W on? Galio taunt? Maybe Galio? Is W the Braum shield? Or is that A? Rel? Galio or Rel? It's Rel. Sick. And this one is a little bit harder. I don't know if we want to do this one. Because you need to look at to see that they build Shojin second item and guess from that. I don't know if you want to do this one or just move on to Pokédel, so let me know. I've played Rel once. Smuggler? Is it actually Smolder? Oh, God, my legs. Oh, shit. I'm so fucking tired, bro. Smolder. It's not Smolder. It's not an ADC. Looks like a fucking assassin. Eclipse first, QWE. Talon, Lee Sin. Both of these are very believable. QWE? I couldn't tell you. Fuck it. We'll go with Talon and then we'll go with Lee Sin. It's not a mid laner. It's not jungler either. What? Grasp? Why would Lee go Shojin? I don't know. I don't play him. Is it top laner then? Vegan? Renekton? It's not Renekton. Q max and then E max. Grasp. Who is building this? Is this Pantheon or something? But I feel like Pantheon wouldn't go Grasp. Ambessa? I feel like I thought she'd build more damage. More? Holy shit, okay. This is the tanky support item. Who do we have before? Who was it? It was like Rel? It's not Rel. Locket second though. She's only building damage? I don't know, I feel like there are better damage items than that. But I'm not a particularly great League of Legends player, so... Is it hard? Yes, because it could be anyone. Wait, QEW is Blitzcrank? It's Blitzcrank, there you go. Okay, Death Stance fucking 4th item, holy shit. This could be fucking Ezreal for all I know. Give me a champion. Hecarim. Not a jungle. Kraken Slayer? It's an on-hit person? Does Vayne rush Kraken Slayer now? I feel like Mork is... no? Zillion? I don't think it's Zillion. What does Nyla build? Anyone that knows what's fucking Nyla builds? I need like another item with QEW. Okay, no, it's not Vayne, because I think Vayne you start W. It could be Varus. Varus QE. It's not Varus. It's not a bot laner. It's not a... Speaking Braille to you right now? Good. Is it top laner? Jungler? Wait, is this Akshan? Wait, this could be Akshan, couldn't it? It's not Akshan, but it is a mid laner. What? Kraken Slayer Shield Bow. Is this... Like, what? Is this Yone or something? Like, what the fuck is this? Guys, could this be Yone? I don't know who else it could be. It's not Yone. Quinn is in the mid lane? You can tell me this is a Katarina build or something? We saw Yasuo's build earlier. I don't know who this is. Oh, it is Yasuo. It's just a different fucking build from him. Oh, that's unfair. That's really fucking unfair. It's their Nyx build. Go rapid fire cannon. Yeah, and a Sheen item. Alright, we've got Shadow Flame. Probably either a mid laner or an APC. Let's go... Vel'Koz. Blackfire Torch. It's an APC bot laner. Wait, we saw this before. Who was it? Who the fuck was it? Who was it that we picked? I can't remember. Karthus? Yeah, there it is. Okay, we got Death Sun's third item this time, so we're a little bit more relying on it. Do we want to pick a champion? Start us off with who wants a death stance? Maybe Nasus. Does Nasus want a death stance? Set want a death stance? Olaf maybe? Oh, we're picking Hecarim again. Okay. Is this like horse still, but it's Hecarim? There. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was Hecarim. Rumble. Who is building a death stance on Rumble? Hey, let's go. We're fucking silver. Sick. Okay. Give me a Pokemon. I have a little snack while I wait. I'll be right back. Think of a Pokemon. Why am I shouting? Why are you not shouting? Hello, Pinkra. How's it going? Laron? You mean Lyron? Lyron? It's not Lyron. Oh dear. Growlithe? I don't think it's Growlithe. It's Gen 4 or 5, right? And now I am blind. We need a Gen 4 or 5 Pokemon, please. Or do we have too many old heads in chat that are gonna be like, I only know Gen 1, because that's me and I'm the old head. Okay. It is Gen 5. It's a monotype. It's white and blue, but it's not ice, so it's probably water, right? It is not fully evolved at stage 1. So... Could be Oshawott. Easy! Let's go! A Mew? Its claws, if displeased, and purrs when affectionate. Its fickleness is very popular amongst us. It's like... Purugly? No, what's the other one? What's the name of it? Stage 1. I forget the name of it. Persian? Glameow. There we go. Is this, Ladybug? Holy shit. We're smurfing today. What is this, Darkrai? Ah, let's go! Let's fucking go. Alright, guys, it's Annie Guess Your Time. Did we study our anime? Sorry, what? Daddy Darkrai? Why'd you have to say... Wait, what? What? Did you guys study your anime? Is this like some Yu-Gi-Oh type shit? You watch Bleach in cinema? I mean, that's good enough. Good work. Okay, we got one. Oh my god. What is this? Anyone know? If not, I'll move on to the next one. Do remember that this is a one and done. So once you guess, if you get it wrong, you get it wrong. You don't get any more guesses. So unless you are like at least 90% sure, I'm not gonna put your answer in. Oh! Is this that camping anime? I don't know the name of it. I think Kyo really likes this anime. I'm pretty sure it's one of those girls being, you know, cute girls being cute girls anime. I can't remember the name of it though. Loneliest day of my life. And if you go, I wanna go with you. And if you die... I don't know, is it this? Fuck. Wrong anime. And it was a camping anime. Oh! I know this one! No, it's not that. Fuck, what the fuck is the name of this anime? It's a... is it the demon? No, what the fuck is it? God fucking damn it! Oh, fuck. Fucking... What the fuck is it? I'm pretty sure it's like... That's it. Boom! Let's go! It's pretty funny. Sick. Let's go. I could have gotten this. I technically was aware of this anime. I could have gotten this. When you guys need to step up. Oh, hey! Okay, so we have a One Piece character. Wait, I know all of these animes. This is like... And this is One Piece, right? This is, I need to think of it. I know the... Noragami, that's it. She's the main character from Noragami. And... Yeah, do you guys know any names? I don't know. Okay, so I will not lie. I haven't seen Pantheon stalking. Sorry, she's not the god. She's not the god. I know what you mean. Yeah, yeah, I know. I don't know which one is Pantheon, which one is stalking. Nami. Thank you. Is it just Nami, or... Just Nami, okay. Is this Pantheon, or is this stalk? By the way, this is I think this is Waterkoi, right? This is like the main male lead in there. I don't know if this is Pantheon or if this is stalking. So you're gonna maybe have to help me with this one, or we're just gonna have to guess. Flip a coin? That's redacted, thank you. I'm gonna go with stalking, because I think if it's Pantheon stalking, it's always like the blonde hairs on the left. I think it's probably stalking, right? I don't know her name and I don't know his name, but I know their animes. Let's go. Okay, boom. Strong start. Oh, you are from... Fuck, what's the anime with Miyamura? It's Horimiya. I don't know your name, though. I don't know anyone else's name. We don't know any other characters? If we don't know, I can just skip, because I only know that. I know that she's a character from Horimiya. I don't even know her name, though. That's a Baki looking face if I ever saw. This guy looks familiar. Everyone else, I have no idea though. When are we doing a server watch along of Baki? God, that would be traumatizing. Anime is just dead grotesque. Wait, you're actually watching it? I figured Baki was a little kind of, slop-coded, I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh. I know this. I know this anime. Why do I know it? Can anyone else get it from this, or can I go to the video clue? I'm like asking for permission. The earliest Baki the Grappler still looks cutesy and big eyes, 70s shonen and stuff. Now it's just leather couches mugging at each other. Leather couches. No idea what this is. I feel like I should know it. I've only watched this once. I haven't seen it in a hot minute. It's pretty good. You might know it. Thanks, Winter. Anyone know this one? This is like the last one. I don't know what this is. This is a running anime. Running. Run. Run with the wind. It's not. It's Skiga Kirai. Kirei. Kirei? Kirai? I fucking know. Oh lord, this sounds old. Sounds old and low-key magical girl. Or space themed. The other day I did this in or in high school. What was this? You thought Molly Slice of Life? You might be right. Never mind, it's so magical, girls. It's like some shit like this. No, it's Jewel Pet. Oh, today was rough on everyone. Holy shit. It sounds cute. I don't know what it is though. Anyone else have any guesses? Because I don't have a fucking clue. Come on, you guys need to watch more anime. The Devil is a part-timer. Don't take any offense to this, or do if you want. I feel like this is an anime that you guys would probably watch. Okay, this has got to be like an idol anime for like a guy idol anime. Or is it BL? What the fuck is this? Teletubbies. It's Sir Vamp, my bad. Okay, that one's on me. Sorry, guys. I should have known that. Alright. Can I get an anime? Does anyone want to volunteer an anime today? Oh wait, this is round 3? Oh shit. Sorry, I was not paying attention. What the fuck? Hey, was that one of you guys? You need the anime or the song name? You need the anime. You know the anime? Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, welcome. Magical Destroyers? Okay, let me pop this in. Very quickly. Holy shit, we got one. Nice one, Block. Thank you very much. Alright, I'm gonna send you over to the video. Enjoy.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hal. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Galamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Oh wait, I'll be back. Okay, right. 1 second. Let me move myself. I forgot. It's fine. It's all good. Hello, welcome. Let me put some music on. It's a bit quiet now. Perfect. Hello, welcome raiders! Thank you so much for the raid! I really do appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you. Is it just Lucky, or do you prefer Arctic or Fox? Let me know. I hope you had a lovely stream. It says you were doing some art. Cool. Do feel free to let us know what kind of art you got up to, what you were making and whatnot. Or don't, if you don't want to. You just got done with it. You probably are feeling a bit tired. Want to get some food. I don't know if it's warm where you are like it is for the majority of the world right now. But I'm just trying to say, don't sweat it if you don't want to sit and talk. It's all good. But regardless, sorry, I'm just wiping something. Welcome in to anyone that is new here. Hello, I'm Hel. I won't do too much yapping about myself because it's what the raid video is for. Right now we are just doing our dulls, which is just like a bunch of daily trivia shit. We're doing like an anime one right now. So if you want to participate, feel free to. All that I ask is if you don't know, if you do know, or if you've already done them today, please do not spoil. We also ask that you don't like Google anything either, because that kind of takes away from the whole point of doing trivia. So, but yeah, feel free to make your guesses and whatnot. We are very lacking in the weeb department here. We often struggle at the Annie Guesser one. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. Lucky is good. Oh, you animated a Fugi? Oh my god, animation is so fucking difficult. Props to you for doing that. Oh yeah, food. Yeah, don't worry about it if you gotta go get something to eat and stuff. No one has to sit and, you know, chat to me. It's all good. I completely understand if you want to raid and run. Maybe you don't feel like talking. Hello, Matthias. How you doing? Sorry, I used your full government name there. Bun Maiden, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hello, boy. How's it going? Yeah. Sorry. I mean, we've taken our time with the dolls today because we've had, as I said, we'd had a few new ones. We did Lynxicon and Champdol and Poople as well. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Get a sit in chat, that's completely fine. Entirely up to you. Alright, so, if anyone wants to give me an anime, feel free to do so. He didn't do anything? Maybe you did. I don't know. None of my business. Guess the game or game duel? We're doing game duel. We can do guess the game as well if you like. We can pick that back up too. I'll need to add them all to my tabs so I don't forget them. Gunslinger girl? Come on. Hello, mouse. Alright, let's go. It's all Gunslinger Girl. It's an action drama. It's suspense. Guns, Assassin, Foreign. 2003. Higher than 7... Is it Assassination Classroom? It's not Assassination Classroom. It's not a comedy. Okay, so it's between 7.3 and 8. It's a newer anime as well. It's after 2015. Didn't originate from a manga. Cool. Guess it, yeah, I think we did guess the game before as well. Didn't we do that? That's the one in the that we did in the Discord when we went through them all, right? I know they added like new like things that you can do on there too. Thanks for the self-care check. Okay. Anyone know any action drama suspense, like actual assassin ones with guns and stuff? Because I don't. I mean, assassins is a sub-tag, so it could mean nothing really, but... Spy Family? It's not a comedy, though. Moriarty anime? It's not the Moriarty anime. Anti-hero. Crime. Between 2016 and 2019. Crime. This is probably out of my league. Hear me out. Fuck, it's not a Kiba Maid Ward. Oh, that one's a lot newer than I thought. It is an original. Huh. Bro, I don't watch these kinds of... When did Black Butler? I think Black Butler is a lot older now. Anti-hero. Gate? It's not Gate. Politics. Yeah, Black Butler's super old. Yeah. Matahari. Matahari. I don't know. I don't know what this could be. Psychopaths. This is not my flavor of anime that I watch. It's not Psychopaths. Psychopaths is a bit on the older side too. Just like Cleopatra. The sound of fire. Matahari. It's crime, but not detective or police. No, it's politics. I mean, again, the secondary tags, the yellow ones, can be taken with a pinch of salt because I've done ones before where the secondary tags are both heterosexual and like LGBTQ. So, Shield Hero? Isn't that newer? Oh, it's 2019. Male Pro Tag, Revenge. Oh, it's not. I was thinking maybe, Parasite. Redo of a Hero. It's not Redo of a Hero. It's not fantasy. Chain Soldier. It's not that. No, I think that is old, but it's better than. Hello. It's better than. Oh no, it's not as old as I was expecting it to be. Okay, sick. Conch, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 4 months, how's it going? And Midi Kita, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moira, hope you enjoy your stay. ID invaded? I mean, it's fine, we don't have... That's not... Attack on Titan? 4th season? I mean, that makes sense, Anti-hero. Bakano or Dog Days? I think Bakano is really old, no? I've never heard of Dog Days, though. We'll give it a go anyway. We don't have any Mafia. I'm surprised that this doesn't have. Where is it? The Kiba Maid Wars doesn't have fucking Mafia in it. It's comedy. Ooh, yeah. Bungo Stray Dogs. Isn't that another old one? No. What does it say? 21? Is that the... Is that the anime? 21? 21? Ice Shield 21? No, it's not that. That's 91 days? What? Oh my god, it is. What is this? What is this? 91? It looked like 21. It was blurred, okay? It's my first time hearing about it too. The tension between these guys, though. I ship it. It's good, I see. Game Dull update. Sick. Okay. Game Dull time. Okay, what fucking Dragon Ball game is this? You watched it ages ago? What Dragon Ball game are we thinking this is? I think that looks like a fucking Dragon Ball. It's either Dragon Ball or some One Piece type shit. Actually, it might be One Piece. Look at the state of these legs. Guys, does One Piece have a game? Oh, there's a few games. It's not One Piece, I lied. It's not One Piece, it is an RPG. Is this Kingdom Hearts or some shit? Like, what is this? I don't know what this is. A man returns to his hometown bent on seeking revenge after his family is murdered in a mafia dispute. Oh, I see. Blue Dragon? I don't... Blue Dragon's disc didn't look like this. No, I didn't think so. Yeah, Blue Dragon's box art didn't look like this. I think this is Kingdom Hearts. Is that Goofy's fucking nose or some shit? Like, what is that? Final Fantasy Tactics? That is Goofy? Okay, so it is Kingdom Hearts. I'm not fucking losing my mind. Which one is it, though? There's 7 games. The only one I know is Birth by Sleep. 2? Thank you. Okay. I was like, okay. Holy shit, the fucking legs. Oh, wait, this looks familiar. Why does this look familiar? For a game that took so long to get a third, there's so many games. Oh, I wake up. Oh, I wake up. Doki doki morning. What the fuck is this? Trine 3? It's got 5 average guess attempts. It is a Trine game. What the fuck is wrong with you, Winter? How'd you get that? It's not 3 though. Which one is it? We got 3 other games to guess from. Check in PC. 2? It is. Shit, what the fuck is this game even about, bro? Good shout. Oh great, this could be anyone. This could literally be anyone. Who the fuck is this? Takim Pizzi. Any guesses? Why does it have artwork? I don't know. Some people like the game. They make the artwork. It might not necessarily be, or maybe it is like official, like fucking, I don't know. Bing, bing, bing. Anyway, do we have any guesses for this? Ashley from Resident Evil 4? I don't think so, because I can't type it in. Very vibrant and cartoony. Oh. If we get more clues, we get more clues, it reveals other parts when we guess and guess it wrong. And then when we've guessed 3 times, we can search by game. Final Fantasy? Oh great. I need a character. Give me a character. Riku. It's not Final Fantasy. This is not Final Fantasy. She's wearing a fucking jacket. It's giving Capcom. Pokemon. That a new Resident Evil? I don't know her name. I don't know the female protag's name. Chomate. Go on, surely someone does. Hasn't someone played it? Here. We all know Leon. Who's the other guy? Girl? Grace? No, it's not Grace. Can't be. Leon, baby girl. Yakuza? Oh god, that's difficult. Haruka? Nice! Holy shit! 6 snipe. You guys are sick. Okay, sheep, TV host, apple pie. Is this... Wait, no, apple pie? This is Deltarune Chapter 3. Undertale. Apple pie? Apple pie doesn't make sense. I don't... Is it really Undertale? It's not. VHS. Yeah, there is a cooking, but I get like Sheep, Toriel, TV host with Metaton, but Apple Pie confused me. It's an indie game. VHS tapes, Butcher Shop, Missing Aunt. Is this gonna be like a fucking puppet combo game or some shit? Please not. I mean, I don't get to pick them. Or something similar, exactly. Yeah, that's the type of... That's... When I'm seeing these tags, that's the type of game I'm imagining. There's not a single person in the world getting a puppet combo game in 2 guesses. Missing Aunt, Butcher Shop, VHS tapes. TV host, Apple Pie, Sheep. Indie game, it's on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, the Nintendo Switch, and PC. So it's not an RPG. Undertale's an RPG, right? It's not an RPG either. I have no fucking clue. I feel like with these tags, you'll be able to get it very easily if you know that. I know that sounds really stupid, but it's like if you knew the game, then you would definitely be able to get it really easily. A Mabel game with a sheep? Sorry, what Mabel game? Mabel? No. Sheep? I don't think it's Looney Tunes Sheep Raider. Amanda? Amanda the Adventurer. Oh my god, it is. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's really loud. This looks like a game you guys would get me to play. Hello, Sinister! How's it going? Seven guess attempts. Looney Tunes Sheep Raider is an awesome game. I'm glad. I'm glad that that is a game that you enjoyed. Metal Gear Solid 4. Oh my god. Okay. So it could be a shooter military. It's not on the PlayStation 3. It's not third person. Tactical or shooter. It could be one of those. Not sci-fi. Not survival. Not historical. Not stealth. Actually, this told us a lot. It's probably action. Yeah, it's action. Far Cry. It's earlier than 2008. Actually, it's older. Is Far Cry an older game? Oh, it is. Oh, it's ancient. Oh my god. Okay, it's a shooter. Single player and multiplayer. It's really old. Ooh. It's either open world or sandbox. Contra Galaga? Can Galaga be... It's not... Oh my god, okay, it's not that old. When was Galaga? It's not Galaga either. Dude, what the fuck is this? Oh yeah, it's not sci-fi. Wait, guys, sorry, it's not sci-fi. Wait, is it on PC? I think it's on PC. There's no way it's on Xbox 360 and it's this old. Rainbow Six? Really? Rainbow Six? Yeah, it's not first person, it's not third person, it's just top down. Yeah. It's not side view either, it has to be top down. Top down shooter, kind of like, what is it, Black Ops Arcade? GTA 2? It's not Grand Theft Auto 2. Shooting and races. It's shooting and racing. Wait, so is it the first GTA? Damn, what a show. Let's go. Really, Rick. Alright, guess the game. We unlock more screenshots the further we go. I don't know what the fuck this is. This probably came out the same time as GTA. What the fuck is this? I don't know. 50,000 years I've cried. Soul Calibur? Jesus Christ. That's the only... I haven't played that one. I've not played the first one. Still won't hear me. What the... Is it Broken Destiny? Is that what... No, there it is. It's not Soul Calibur. Metacritic score of 92%. Wow. Devil May Cry? I reached the bottom. No, its original platform was GameCube. I'm out. Oh. Hello, Ghost. Hi. Sunshine? Mario Sunshine? Or Smash? Wait, what? Alright. Ghost. Honey, I love you. I need to get to my keyboard though. I love you. Yes. Go. Please. Thank you. Sorry, I was being attacked by a cat. Mario Sunshine. Shoop! Super Mario Sunshine! Good job, holy shit. No, Bowser's cooking. Good work. Okay. Okay, so posted April. So even though it was posted in 2025, it does not necessarily mean the game came out in 2025. Do remember that. Me dumb, me turn here, turn there, no work, makes head hurt, and PC burn hot hot. Would you drink the Bowser bathwater? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's me? It's not me. Scream at me. The long drive? Wait, that might actually be a shout. It's not. It's like exploring in an IKEA, but you take no fall damage. Is this like a backrooms game? Was it Enter the Backrooms? No, it's not. Unfortunately, I bought this without checking its release history. It turns out it was an Epic Store exclusive. Played a bit too long to get a refund before finding out, so just letting others know to steer clear of this one. Yeah, it's earlier. It was 2020. I thought this was an old game, the Backrooms game. Shatter? Is it just Shatter? Shatter Sky? Shatter Keep? You gotta be careful in typing shit in here. Some fucking abhorrent stuff comes up. Block, what the fuck? Guys, we might be playing Amanda the Adventurer. Block gifted me both the games. Thank you very much, Block. I'm checking my emails. What the fuck? You did not have to do that, but thank you. I guess we'll play that at some point. Add it to the list. Alright, what game was I picking? Shatterline or Shatterbound? There are no enemies or threats in the game, but that's how you feel about the concept of infinity is very real. Why are you checking your emails? I got my fucking phone buzzed. Sorry, wait. Sorry, what? My wife is a hoe that gets used by everybody. My douchey boss has a gentle twin brother. Troll game, no dialogue, no narration, no diaries, no plot, no jump, no other controls besides WASD, sprint, and E. All would be fine if gameplay was there, but it isn't. The puzzle's extremely obtuse. Figuring out where the puzzle is, what the puzzle is, takes up the majority of time. I found myself backtracking and wondering where to go next a ton. And they love that dark fog to make you sure you never really figure what to do next. Shame. Core concept is cool. What is this, Steven's sausage roll? I don't think it would make your PC hot, though. It was Shatterline? Okay. It's not the Mirror's Edge remake, is it? I don't think Mirror's Edge was Epic exclusive, was it? Or was it? The Witness? No. You know, in some games, they are trippy and amazing sequences, like 10-15 minutes, makes you say, holy shit, yeah, this game sequence is the game. Witness is older than Epic Games Store. Well, we got one more guest. Would you want our last guest to be? I can put Mirror's Edge if you want. No jump? Isn't Mirror's Edge a game about parkouring? Yeah, there's... EA? Okay, so what do we know about this game? Makes your PC burn. It's like exploring an IKEA, but you take no fall damage. It was an Epic Store exclusive. There's no enemies or threats. So it's like a puzzle platformy game. Is this like Jump King or something? There's no way. I don't think that was ever Epic exclusive. Nor would it make your PC hot. People Island. I'm thinking Steven Sausage Roll. And the reason I'm thinking that is because I think David has suggested a game that's like a Steven Sausage Roll like, and I don't know if I want to indulge in it though. Swedish pagans. Hello, Sag. How's it going? KDA is coming back. Holy shit. We're chilling. We're chilling. Oh, England won. Crazy. I thought they were gonna lose. What are you doing? We're doing Steam though. We have to guess the Steam game from the reviews. Day ruined? I'm sorry. So we know it's as early as 2020, but the thing is it was an Epic Game Store exclusive originally, so it could be much older. Apparently it makes their PC hot. It's like exploring IKEA, but you take no fall damage. Like it's a puzzle game or platformer or something. There's no like dialogue or narration or anything like that. There's all you do is WSD, sprint, and E. Like this, yeah, I have fucking no clue what this game is. I'm putting, okay, right, I'm just gonna put Steven Sausage Roll and we'll call it a day. I don't think it is this, because I'm pretty sure there's more than that. Sorry, I forget it's Steven. Manifold Garden. Anyone heard of this? Anyone played this before? I feel like I've seen it. Fake game doesn't exist. Yeah, that's a rough one. You've heard? Oh, you wanted to play it? Do these reviews still make you want to play it? Whoa! Whoa! Oh, it's in your library? Library. $5 and overwhelmingly positive reviews? Oh, we must have just gotten some of the stinkier reviews then. Reviews are shit anyway. Hey, I left like 2 reviews. Play it and give us your honest opinion. I can't. I gotta play fucking Amanda's Adventure or whatever now. Do you want to know something I'm low-key a little pissed about, but it's really petty to be pissed about? It's not even, I'm not that pissed about it. I'm just kind of like, oh, well, what's the point? I'm not playing People Island. I'm not playing People Island. Searchlights. So I got pinged in the Throne Discord like not yesterday, the day before, because they finally added PayPal, and they were like pinging the partners because, believe it or not, I'm a Throne partner for some reason. But they pinged the partners and was like, oh, PayPal is available now, but only to partners at first. And I'm like, oh, great, we get to actually do something as partners. We get to like test stuff out. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, actually. Wow. And literally not even 24 hours later, they were like, oh, by the way, now PayPal is available for everyone. Did you get more obscene suggestions? No, I marked them as spam. Although a bunch of people were complaining about that. I was like, oh my god, wow, this is actually cool. I get to do something with my partner status. I get to, like, try something and, you know, experiment and whatnot and actually, you know... No, it's... I mean, I don't believe in gatekeeping. I just thought it was funny that I got pinged twice. One in the announcements and one in the general chat with the partner thing, and they were like, oh, partners get it like now, wow. And I'm just like, oh, cool. And then they made like a big deal out of it. But it's like, oh, well, the next, not even 24 hours later, they're like, oh, by the way, it's available for everyone now. Did you like your 24-hour early access? You want to know what the funniest thing is? I went to check, it didn't work. I didn't see PayPal anywhere, so I didn't even get to try it. I just gave up. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll fuck myself, I guess. What a joke. I want to know why it took them so long to put it in the first place, though, because I've never really enjoyed using my fucking card details. PayPal, I feel like PayPal is so much safer for me. Searchlights. Watcher in the sky. PayPal me 30k US dollars. You PayPal me first. I haven't now. Do you think you're fucking funny? Do you think you're funny? Do you think you're Here's my zoom in. You think you're I don't even know who it was, it didn't say. You think you're funny? This is a joke to you? Who was that? Who the fuck was that? Where are you? Where the fuck are you? How do I do this again? I need you to stay over there while I get the pin out. I fucked this up. How have I fucked this up? What did I get? Guys, I can't... Oh, there we go. You think this is fucking funny? Don't bomb! I don't think you... Do you think this is fucking... Don't fucking mod check! You think this is funny? I'm trying to sit here having a good old honest complaint about something, and you think you can do something like that and not get away with it? I know I'm funny. No, actually, wait, shit. This guy did win the funniest guy award. I might have just gotten mogged. I might unironically have just like set myself up for the mogging of the century there. This is unironically the funniest guy. But I'm funnier, because I said so, and I have the power to say that, and that matters. That's a free positive affirmation there. Stevie, what the fuck is... Oh my fucking god. That wasn't an excuse for you to go away and do something like that, you bastard. I just wanted to have a little complaint, because I got pinged again, and I was like, oh... You're such a dork. PayPal works? Thanks. I'm glad it works for you. I'm never gonna complain about anything again. Who was that? Who else is coming up here? Where the fuck are you? Oi! Sorry, Inari, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moeda. I hope you enjoy your stay. I do apologize. I'm telling people off right now. Where the fuck are you? That's not you. Get off. No, I didn't mean to pin. Nope. Nope. There you are. I swear to fucking God. Guys, this was not an... Am I gonna have to start biting people? What are you guys doing? Behave! Yes, please. Oh, I can't see! Where am I going? No! I'm calm. Why are you guys so small? What the fuck happened? Why are you guys tiny? You're like little ants. See these fucking having a wee spin there. You're hiding them? I mean, you're hiding them pretty well. Fuck. Fuck the like series of events that just happened. I've actually just it's like a whiplash, bro. Right. Okay. Can you... Okay, I'll just do it. Right. Never mind, I won't do it because it's not working. Why is it not working? Ah! Why are you not working? Why are you not working? One second. I need to fix why this is not working. Something is not working. Why are you not working? It's not working on Mixed Up at all. Why? Why left me to drown? Is the key working? I think it should be. Is that working? That's working. So why is it not working on Mix Up? Do I need to like reconnect? Sorry, I can't yell at you guys right now. You'll have to... One second. You'll have to be patient for your yelling. Okay, you're connected. Why are you working? The punishment wheel worked. Have I like lost connections to VTube Studio? Like what is... No, it's still ticked. Alright, since this isn't working, I will just have to do this. And then what we'll do is we'll add a delay for what's 5 minutes and a half? Sorry. I know it's... Sorry, we've lost the bit now because this broke. Or maybe this is the bit. Okay. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. この見えない世界 Alright. Okay. This should hopefully time it for the full, like, 5 minutes. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, let me check the chat a wee bit. Sorry, yeah. Anyone say anything? Yeah. Hello, CJ. How's it going? Yeah. Clown works because Hellpets and Clown are VTube Studio only. They don't go through Mix It Up since VTube Studio has Twitch now, yeah. Right, yeah. Firstly, yeah. Stevie, thank you very, very much for the crew neck, yeah. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, yeah. You did not have to do that. This was not... Please, when I complain about stuff, don't take it as like a... I'm not asking you guys to do stuff, yeah. I hope it's not coming across as anything like that, yeah. Because otherwise I feel like I won't be able to ever complain about anything, and then I'll explode because I love complaining about shit, yeah. So... Please don't take it as anything like that, yeah. But thank you so much. You did really not have to do that, but thank you. I appreciate that. And Art, you too, yeah. Thank you for the bottoms to match that, yeah. I guess I have new gym wear now, yeah. I really do appreciate that, yeah. That was very sweet of you, yeah. Once again, you didn't have to do it, but I'm glad to know that I guess PayPal is working, yeah. But fuck you as well, yeah, for the cat mode, yeah. That is actually horrific timing, and I cannot believe that happened, yeah. It's insane, yeah. I don't even... Like, I don't know what it is, yeah, when it comes to you and redeeming these on pretty much fucking frame-perfect timing, yeah. It's crazy, yeah. I'm okay, thank you for asking, yeah. Hope you're enjoying your Overwatch, yeah. We take it as an opportunity for funny. Okay, as long as it's nothing more than that, please. The last thing I want to do is have the intention that, or I feel like I've given some sort of intention of you guys being pressured to do something like that, yeah, okay? Otherwise, I'll probably end up just removing it, yeah. I feel a little bit bad now, yeah. Thank you, though, yeah. You guys are very sweet, yeah. But you're staying pinned, yeah. So... You can stay there. What? Okay, yeah, whatever, yeah. We need to think about speed doodle, yeah? In your own time, yeah. You guys are kind of in the way, though, yeah. I'm sure it's fine, yeah. Can you purr? No, I can't, yeah. Crazy concept. We love you platonically, so shush. No, you shush, yeah. Thank you for the games as well, yeah. Oh, you like both perfectly cover my eyes, yeah. That's funny, yeah. We found a bug in the system. It's routine maintenance of what, yeah? It's not your job to do that, yeah. I have to keep your eyes on them, yeah? No, they're keeping them on my eyes, yeah. Just hanging around, yeah? Well, if anything, like, don't you usually, like, start slipping towards the bottom anyway, yeah? You do have some pretty cool stuff on your throne. I do steal some ideas for stuff to buy from thrones here and there, yeah. I do that too, yeah. I did think about opening like a storefront thing on throne, yeah, but it's too much effort, yeah. Way too much effort, yeah. Just the things that if you know, stuff that I have tried and tested that I could vouch for if you're ever looking for stuff, yeah. But I figured if you are looking for something specific, I could give my advice as and when it's needed rather than do something as convoluted as that, yeah. Positive affirmation, yeah. I have good taste, yeah. Does that count as a positive affirmation, yeah? Is that more like of a subjective affirmation? Good kit for hair stuff, like dry and styling stuff, yeah. I can't really recommend too much on that, yeah. Obviously, I'm pretty sure GHD is usually the go-to for most places, yeah. If I might give you a tip, the next time you're at your hairstylist, yeah, if you're you know, you're really enjoying the place that you're at, yeah, either if you're confident enough, ask them, yeah, what's the sort of salon stuff that they use, yeah, because if you're really invested in it, you're gonna get something that they use in the salon because it's long lasting and it's, you know, good for them to work in a short amount of time, or take a look at what they do, because that's what I did. Because I'm too shy to ask them what they use most of the time. I take a look at like the products and stuff that they use. If I'm like, oh, I want to see what, like, oh, whatever they put on my hair smells really nice. I want to see what they used. And then I'll go and look and see what they use, because they usually keep it like in front of you, don't they? And I'll go home and I'll Google it and then I'll buy it. So, what? Stevie? Guys, you have the opportunity to win a t-shirt thanks to Stevie. If you type join, you don't have to pay anything, just, you know, have to pop in your address and you'll be able to get a thank you so much, Stevie. I'm not saying it. Which t-shirt? I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it at all. So yeah, if you type join, you can enter that. You've got like 3 minutes, so subjective can be positive still. Hell yeah. Afraid they recommend Dyson stuff. Don't. Okay, that's crazy. Your hairstylists are using Dyson stuff? That's crazy. You go to a bougie hairstylist. But I don't look for their recommendations. I look at what they actually use. So yeah. Say it with me. I'm not saying it with you. Does the shirt have anything on it? It does. It has text. I mean, you can go to the merch website and look for yourself. God, I feel like I haven't had to do a cat mode in a hot minute. That felt weird. And the wee crow badge, yeah, it has a little crow guy on it. Make sure to say thank you to Stevie, everyone. Stevie Claus. What kind of text does it have on it? I don't know. I can't read. I've got 2 crows in front of my eyes. I can't see anything. You guys know I can't read. It's a regular salon. They like to recommend some expensive stuff here and there. You love them. Only Brazilian place I found around here. That's fair enough. But yeah, keep an eye on what they use. If they're using the Dyson stuff, then fair enough. But see what they use, because like usually like the expensive stuff like Dyson and GHD, like, you know, it's you know, they're bougie. They're on the bougier side. They're expensive, but it's like I don't notice any of the hair places I go to using them, you know. So, and the way that I see it is, if I'm leaving there and I'm happy with my hair, then I want to use whatever they used on my hair, you know. You can shrink them. I still can't see. Nice! Block, you are actually insane when it comes to these giveaways. I'm not gonna lie. You need to go buy yourself a lottery ticket, bro. Congrats on your shirt, and thank you again, Stevie, for being so generous enough to gift one. That's very sweet of you. Owner and I became friends after I smoked and slept before I was in their bathroom. Holy shit. Holy shit, yeah. Congrats, Block. Enjoy your shirt. You guys are so sweet. I don't deserve this. Right now I'm just stalling. I don't think there's anything we can get into doing before we go and play games with life. I don't know what we want to do today. Would we be happy watching some Overwatch, or do we wanna... Do you guys just want me to do the Baldur's Gate 3 stuff, or... We still haven't finished Operation Tango, but I don't know how much of that is left. You're trying to break stuff? Why? we should do that. Whatever you want to do. I want to do... I was going to make a joke about doing math, but... it will get clipped. And I gotta be careful what I say. The merch shop link is not in links on Discord. Wait, is it not? It's usually in my About Me, but... do you want me to put it there? I could put it there. We're not doing math? Why not? Say it, I for sure won't use that clip. Faint is cooking, by the way. Faint sent me the first part of the... you know how I did that Soul Link Nuzlocke thing a while back? The reason why there haven't been any long form uploads is because Faint has been working on that series. So, and obviously, you know, Faint has his own life and shit, but Faint has really, really improved. Like, I felt like I said I wanted it to be this, and he did this, and I didn't really have that many changes. It was crazy. So look forward to that, because you'll be getting like 6 videos eventually. No rush or anything. Thank you for the lyric art. Make sure to get plenty of good snacks. I'm just trying to get my merch link, sorry. Links are supposed to go there? Yeah, and I didn't think to put the merch link there, okay? I'm sorry, I'm doing it now, I'm doing it now! Sister radio, when you hurt me on me. Wait, why is my card link broken? Bro! Do I have a... there we go. Perfect. I don't have a life, just a bunch of stuff during the time period of me editing and stuff. You're fine, bro. Why don't you show me? I was gonna say that, like... made the Minecraft address redirect to your card too? I need to go find out when my card is broken. This, these are the voice you left me. Mattress to defeat in the heart, you falling into bed with me. There you go. There's now a merch link. My Dr. Pepper. I need to order groceries. I've been very lazy today though. I say lazy, I did a fuck ton of cleaning. Cleaning makes me feel good. Thank you guys so much again for the gifts, by the way. Fuck. Enjoy your fucking Dr. Pepper. Your Dr. Midper. Dance, dance. Dance, dance. You opened my Twitter for the first time and your banner sent you. Wow, you like it? Funny. That's an actual picture from stream, by the way. Unironically, that's a screenshot from a stream. I think that was like the funniest bit ever. Is just making the flea model like super tiny, and yeah. You know what we could do? You know what I could do right now? If you really wanted it to. If we are doing flea model redeem, do you want it to be a set amount of time or do you want it to be a toggle? I feel like if it's a toggle, it's gonna be pretty disruptive, you know? And if we are doing it for a set amount of time, how long? You're crying like again. You could play the amazing transition I made for stream. Oh, do you guys want to? I think that would be a bit too disruptive. I could show them that now if you want, though. Do you want me to make that my stinger? Do you want me to make that my stinger? I don't know how you would make it into a stinger, like... Well, Look, I don't know how I would... Well, the problem with this, though, is you need to change the background because the background is of the video. So you need to make it a different background. What's a stinger? A stinger is the name of the animation that plays whenever I transition to a different scene. So you know the ink splattering that happens whenever I move over to like my gaming screen or move from my gaming screen or etc etc? That's a stinger. For those of you that don't have Twitter, the image that BritBoy is talking about, I will provide for you. Here. You can make me one with a neutral background? That would work. This is my banner. After backrooms in a session, big cinema guys are grabbing every fucking creepypasta from the Reddit. Siren Head is getting a movie? I don't know what Siren Head is. Was that from the thon or your birthday? I think... I'm not sure. Because I'm in bed and I don't think I did an event where I went to bed during my birthday, but Danny DeVito is there. Danny's usually there during my birthday. Fun fact! If you guys didn't know, I have this exact, like, fucking cardboard cutout, by the way. I was looking at some of my old shorts that I first made with the flea model, and some of it is... Oh, that's Siren Head. I thought this already had a movie. Birthday buddies, yeah, my twin. I think, let me see. My docs. Scene transitions. Properties. It needs to be a WebM file, please. If you're making it. The first WWF streams, it might have been, yeah. There were some events that I had where I was supposed to be debuting the model, but because it kept getting delayed, I didn't. Originally, the flea model was supposed to be a bit that I was doing. But because I felt really bad that we were waiting for so long, I just used it as a model. Flea Hill carried? She did. But, yeah, no, would you like it for, like, would you like it to be, like, a 5-minute thing or something like that, or what? WebP, yeah. No, WebM. No, WebM. Don't know what the intent was, unironically, but it's a classic. M for moving picture and not media. Moving picture, not movie or anything like that, just moving picture. Hello, one guy on the internet. How's it going? Converted in the browser? Maybe. I'm okay, thank you for asking. would you put the flea cost as? I'm not sure. This is what I'm asking you guys. What would your ideal, if you came to my stream, right? And I know that originally, like, people are gonna use it a lot probably when it first drops, but like, you know, it needs to be expensive so people can't just fucking follow and just redeem it off the bat for no reason, you know what I mean? So it needs to be like a little pricey, but like not expensive, you know what I mean? Gazillion? Okay, I can do that. Why not? Sure. Since you guys have so many points. 10? And broke, make it 40? Guys, 10 billion or what? Because I can't make it 10 points. When people follow, they get like 300. Thousand, 10,000 is not a bad idea. Four emailed it to me, thank you. Should work, let's see. 14. Let me see what this is. This still has the same background. It's got the Pokemon background. Make Uranus 4.4 if there's any comparison of interruption you might experience. Oh, you can... You just wanted to test it with the current one? I mean, I could, I suppose. Is it 1920 by 1080? Yeah, let's see. All the sound playing as well. Yeah, no worries, it's not a... I won't test it on stream. I won't test it on stream because I don't want to break anything right now, actually. I'll do it on my other computer. Breaking is fun? No. Not when I'm due a date in like potentially 10 minutes. Hello, Uncle. Thank you for the self-care check. Positive affirmation. I've said so many today already. Positive affirmation. I am allowed to feel good. It's even funnier. No, I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste Autumn's time. If I break anything, I need like an energy drink or drugs or something. Wow, huh? We offered you said you didn't want to do math earlier. Why do you guys have math? Hello, Randall. How's it going? Reasons? You guys are making me want to play Schedule 1 again. Ears? I'm cutting them off. You can keep all your apologies. Words are worthless to me, and I don't wanna hear that you're sorry. Goat sold you math? I believe that. Oh dear. Do you think we can all have a 10-minute power nap together? From his backyard sugarcane distillery. Oh yeah. Where he's making the grog. Just woke up, but we slept well. Tried to have one and fell unconscious for 3 hours. Oh, but we need to wake up in 10 minutes. We can't be gone for 3 hours. In fact, it's more like 8 minutes now. Camp Rock 3? Crazy. Are you on his neutral background? Let's see. Here. That you're sorry. You just use this. This is from VTube Studio. I sent you it. You dreamt an entire stream somehow? Wait, what? Hello, goat. You've been making grog and selling meth, apparently. Grog, sure. Meth, no. Oh, he admits to the grog, but not to the meth. Where's the hookup? Everyone's trying to get some grog, dude. Or meth. Maybe if I eventually move into a place where I'm able to, I'll do a cooking stream and I'll make some grog and some meth. Real girl dinner, grog and meth, yeah. Grilling, I have no experience with, but I was probably born for it. What's that even supposed to mean? Chain breaker. Schedule 1 was actually a lot of fun though. Throw the meat on fire, coals, it's ready. think it's had some updates. It's had like a ton of updates since we last played it, because when we played it, there wasn't any like cartel or anything like that. It was just, you know, you had the police to run from. You need to put love and passion into it. Into the meth, maybe. I missed something. What did you miss? You like playing blackjack? I like I remember, I think we were playing like we were playing off stream one time. It might have been off stream, it might have been on stream, I can't remember. I think it was off stream, and I went around and I went around with a baseball bat and I knocked every single fucking person out and was piling them up in the middle of the road, and I could not stop fucking giggling like a madman. It was crazy. I couldn't breathe. It was so funny. Let you go, let you go. We were scanning the cities, rocking the pay their dues. Your poor employee's bed was so funny. Oh, when I filled it with fucking Coke cans. Maybe they improved the automation system, because the automation system was so convoluted. Like, Winter was trying to explain how it worked to me, but like, I'm pretty sure in the middle of him explaining it, how it worked, like, he then realized he didn't understand how it worked completely either, because it like didn't work the way we had intended or something. Mariana Cross. Not Bloody Mary. Mariana Cross. You choose to run away with me. What a banger. No, there's some good times to Schedule 1. I don't see why we can't play it again at some point. There's a bunch of games I eventually want to... Immediately, every time I fucking think of this, I think of, oh, Winter wanted to play... Fuck, what is it called? The quota game? Lethal Company with a new mod pack at some point, because that's always fucking funny. Yeah, one of these days I think Ghost might end up making some fucking Scooby-Doo chase music. That would be so funny. That would actually be hilarious. They'd obviously be, you know, they'd be LARPing, but, you know, subtle hints towards Scooby-Doo ghost music, chase music. Unless it's like we find it in an actual like Scooby-Doo episode or something, that would be crazy. Just like Mary on a cross. Mariana, just like Holy Mary. Oh dear. I'm just barely hanging on, guys. I'm not gonna make it. Mariana Cross. Mariana's Trench? I don't think that's how that goes. Mariana Cross. What a cute song. I love Ghost so much. Mary on a mandolin? This is not how... What? Stop it on the scars where they will fade away, or just a gentle reminder that now are better days will be home soon, so cry your eyes. Cute, yeah. Cute. You comfy? Big stretch. Hi. You're the cutest, you know? He doesn't know he's getting a bath. Either tomorrow or Friday. Probably Friday. I won't have time tomorrow. This is the making of. Fuck! Damn. I think I split my lip. Ow. That hurts. Oh, it's over. Getting a split lip is the worst because usually, like, especially depending on the area of your mouth that is split, it's like, oh, it's gonna heal, but then you're just gonna split it again the next time you either talk or you eat or something, or you open your mouth and you're like, well, shit. How does this work? It's like perpetual, like split lip. It doesn't stop ever. I don't need them. Oh god. Oh hey, the background changed. Oh my god, it actually worked. Guys, I'm gonna have to move you. You guys are making my eyes itch. You must have not like showered today or something. Goodbye, ghost. Today? What? How's the heat over there, Block? I know Germany has been getting quite rough with it. Today has been a lot cooler over here. In fact, it's fucking holy shit, it's like 13 degrees. Oh, yeah. I think it's gonna be raining. Oh, it is raining. I saw by my window is pissing it down. Holy shit. Only 28, I'm surviving. It's weird. This happens like every time, I feel, because it's like when it starts getting hot, I'm like, oh, it's 18 degrees, it's 20 degrees, I'm already feeling disgusting and uncomfortable. And then a heat wave happens and we hit like 27 and then I'm like, I can't survive this. Like I'm writing my will and testament or whatever. Making plans for who's gonna take care of Ghost. And then when it goes back down to like the 18 degrees, 20 degrees, I'm like, wow, this is so much nicer. It's like acclimatization by fire. Ooh. Banger. Can I turn this up? When a demon heart is crying and your bed is getting by. We'll try and get Delta Run started again. Either maybe am I doing anything this Saturday? I don't think I am. Saturday, Sunday. I'm not sure about tomorrow because tomorrow is like usually Phantomy Day, so. And follow me into the dark with your heart as the orchid will shine you the way. This is such a fuck. This came out of nowhere too. It was just fucking insta bang out. And doing a rhythm game, no less. It's like literally my favorite part. Wow, wow, wow. The walls retain most of the heat, so it's 17 at night. And not reaching me. Have you listened to the Deathrex remix? I'm not sure. There's only a few. I'm pretty sure you'll get around to it. Yeah, I will. I think it's gonna be one of those things that once I start, I'm gonna be like, okay, we need to do this. And the only reason I'm not sure about doing it on Saturday either is because if we're doing a short stream, I don't want to start Deltarune. My heart is crying and the blood is gushing bright. Raise up your bat for the burning fight. A lot of reading, yeah. Yeah, but it's more like, I think I'll be able to definitely get like a chapter done in a stream for sure. Chapter 3, I think like, because I won't be reading chapter 3. So just as a disclaimer, we're going to be redoing chapter 3 because I played through chapter 3 organically before, but I decided to actually go and get, like because I did play chapter 1 and 2, but I lost my save file. So I decided to go back and make a new one, which I think we did on stream, didn't we? So now we need to just play through chapter 3 again, but I don't think I'm gonna, since I already took time to play through it, I'm not gonna bother reading out all the dialogue and whatnot. We're just gonna try and speedrun it where we can, and then we can try chapter 4. And the reason why I want to, you know, I could very easily just do chapter 3 and take my time with it again, but I have no idea how long it's gonna take my Pepega ass to beat the night, so yeah. Sorry, I'm choking on my fucking water, holy shit. Jesus Christ. Wrong pipe. More than 6 hours is crazy. Totalitarian room and make it a long stream? I suppose I could, but if people are really... What I'll do is I'll give the option and I'll say, if we're doing a long stream, we'll do Deltarune today. But if people are really wanting to hang out or do a watch-along, I'd rather still do that, because it's the only day that you get it. Oh dear. Oh god, jeez, that was rough. Oh. Crazy. 5 people who opposes me? That's... We'll see. If I can help it, I would rather give you guys the option. That way, if you really want to watch Deltarune, you'll vote for that. If not, then we can always start it the next day. The only times I usually overrule it is if I'm doing something that can't really either be rescheduled for another day or, you know... Because Saturday typically tends to be when a lot more people are free to play stuff and whatnot, so... You guys can fight each other if you want. Oh shit. That's fair, yeah. But no, tomorrow we'll probably do something with Fadsme if he's feeling up for it. We still need to try the Crash Out Crew stuff. Maybe behind a Waffle House? Isn't Waffle House like an American chain and you guys are both European? What are you saying? What? An I'm also European, so it doesn't make sense to make the Americanism? Or is this like a reference that I just gone completely over my head? Square Kohu. Now everyone wants to fight. In this heat? Do you guys really want to fight in this heat? I mean, you know, I'm not your dad. You can do whatever you want. Like, I'm just trying to be rational about it. You know, it's universally accepted free-for-all fighting area. Oh, it's a very notorious... I see. That's very fair. We can have a water break. I'll give this a listen after stream. In fact, no, we could probably listen to it now. This remix now. I don't see why we can't now. I don't know when Autumn is planning. She might be planning to start setting up soon. But she just sent me a GIF. I don't know what it means. Alright, let's listen. It's probably gonna be really, really loud because it's on SoundCloud, so... Yep, it's so loud. Why is SoundCloud so fucking loud? Where's the volume button? Why is there never any volume button? Like, where is it? Where is it? This is like finding the download button on a GitHub release. Oh, there it is. It's at the bottom. Jesus Christ. Dude, I keep getting those Instagram videos of, like, it's like AI-generated shit of, like, what happens during a water break at a 3 AM match or something. Where I lived, it was Netto. But only old heads will know Netto. Let's not go down into the night. This is a banger. I mean, all of the covers. I've not heard a bad cover of this. It's fucking banger. Machinery and big rocks? What kind of machinery? What are you bringing to a Waffle House? Try not to sing along because I'm trying to let them have, you know, this is their cover. They need their thunder. Track out. What the fuck is... I hope nothing weird is gonna come up when I search this. Oh, it's an excavator. You gonna bring an excavator to Waffle House? Disaster preparedness, fights breaking out at late at night, or waffles? What a fucking place! Holy shit! To the night. Good. I like it. That was good. That was a banger. Waffles in the third place is wild. Yeah, I know, right? Is it just like savory waffles or like sweet waffles or what? Any waffles? Sit there and overdo things. Me when I bring my excavator to a Waffle House fight. Alright, okay, right. I think we're setting up because Autumn is calling me. Alright, losers! I am gonna take a BRB here. Hopefully the clip player works. If not, I'll pop on some music. I'm gonna go set up with Autumn. I don't know how long we'll be. I'll try and keep it quick. But yeah, take this time to maybe get up, stretch your legs and whatnot. I didn't really have a chance. I didn't know she was okay. But it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. So yeah, you guys, behave. Okay, we are back. See, because it's all I've played. However, I do recognize that both Claire Obscure and honestly, I'm so happy that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is on here. I didn't think it would make it, but I'm glad. I think this suffered a bit because it was an earlier release, but yeah, I think this is definitely going to win. However, I'm going to vote for Hades 2. So, next category. Oh. Ah. Who posted that? Don't test me. Don't fucking test me, Jam. Shame to be working on a day like this. Yeah, you wanna pay my way? You really think it's a shame? Do you really think it's a shame? Would you like to prove that? Would you like to prove how far your empathy goes? Let's test it. Go on. Pay my salary for the year. And my bonuses that I don't get. And my pension that I don't get. And my taxes. Then I'll accept your empathy. And your very backhanded comment. Oh, fuck. I like licking batteries.
Okay.
Where have all the good men gone, and where are all the gods? Where's the streetwise Hercules to fight the rising on? I'm absolutely going to step in one of those fuck bastard bear traps. I cannot see my hand in front of my... Ah! No, you fucking... Oh, you can disable the trap. Uh-oh. My wife! Give her back, you fucking asshole! Ah! Oh, there's a dog there. What the fuck? How'd you die?
What's this? Get the hair bale out of here.
No.
What?
Put it in. What is...
No, that's not for me.
It's your fucking...
Get this out of
You
here.
stay in that corner and think about what you did.
Try and look like a fucking horse to you. Get this out of my room.
I didn't even pick that up and...
Fuck off.
You're the fucking coconut ball. I'm not gonna lie, it was funnier when it lagged everyone. Ooh. That's a little bit of an ambitious jump because my depth perception. Ah! That's fucked up.
I guess she's just hanging out. Oh. I'll just get out of your way, ma'am.
God, fucking kill her. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Got an axe.
Yeah, that looks like a lovely axe for you. Oink, oink.
Ooh, can I have that?
Help yourself.
Yeah, I feel like there should be fewer zombies. I feel like, oh, that one has a backpack.
Yeah, when you're in town, it feels so bad.
Yeah, like out of town it was fine, but in town there's like 4 quadrillion. And like, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but Can I rip your socks up? No.
Alright. I just need to cover all these curtains in here, so...
Come on, Leon Kennedy. Come here.
Oh, I
Hello,
want to
sleep.
It was fun.
Well, we're very healthy for the ogre, so it's fine. Good night, CJ. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. We rub off on each other. We're getting progressively stupider the more you stream and the more we watch. Uh-oh!
Did he just... Oh. There ain't no way, dude.
You know what's really funny? I had a scroll that I was looking at. I was like, what if I just use this on him as that scroll for the dancing?
Well, now you can save it because I just used a level 6 spell slot to make him dance.
He is fucking jamming.
Oh, man. Ah, yeah. As he should be.
Get
The
fucked,
concentration
Raphael.
is fine. Let's go.
Register. And see, it's optional. How about a little battle? Yes.
Melodic! Okay, and let's see what you fight.
Rotata.
Alright. Alright. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Whatever. Seen the knapberries? The knapberries are very pretty. Wife. Oh. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who the fuck is that?
Just a little guy.
What? A Pokeball at you. I get to buy part of the house because the stairs are still wet. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, Beck. I hope you have a nice walk. Hope it calms you down. Well, fuck me in the ass, I guess. I won't have a grass. Whatever. Whatever. All right. Will crash if there is a god. This car will crash. Not mine, that one. I said not mine! That one too. And that one. An energy drink and a lollipop. I'm gonna be off my head on sugar.
Like a true streamer.
I mean, I already had to take a bunch of insulin because you're here. Chat, was that Riz? Was that W Riz? Surely I am.
Did you get knocked on the cliff?
Why did you pick the plank up? You just said the mic clicked. She's right next to it. What's wrong with you?
She wasn't that close to it.
I was just about to say. You
I've been playing League a hell of a lot longer, and I have still not become good at that game yet, so... Oh, just blundering through the veteran, through the bayou. I mean, this is what I always say, everyone dies to the same guns, everyone dies to the same, well, not necessarily the same guns or the same bullets, but you know what I mean. You radish. Now, take care, Yusha. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I've had 13! There are 2. And this is where I just leave, and then I turn into a slayer, and then I kill him.
Do your worst, you cheating bastard.
My fury!
You're
No! I'm turning into a wheel of cheese!
Oh my god, can you move? Oh my god. Oh no, it stinks. How long are you stuck like that? Oh, you're stuck for 17 turns. Worm!
What's that, garlic?
Worm!
I gotta look. Oh, a little.
It wants to evolve, but it cannot do so alone. It must commune with another. What are you?
You're eating it!
Seeps through your veins as the tadpole awakens. Its yearning
He was like,
Need the money. Okay. We are so close. I'll have to pay my stupid fuck-ass crew. Okay, right. Ah, fuck. What about the squirrel? The squirrel exploded. It was crazy. I've never seen an exploding squirrel before. The way we're looking at each other.
I just found a lot of items.
Oh, right. I thought you were judging me. I thought I was
Nope,
getting
sorry.
told off. I thought I was getting told off for the squirrel.
Huh? No.
I thought that's what
The
that looked
squirrel
was.
was a weird thing that happened.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the ping now lets me point, right?
There's a ping?
Yeah, middle mouse button.
Can I change that? No. You can't change that. Okay. Oh wait, no controls. I accidentally clicked leave game!
What should be a bad zip line? You can't fucking make it up there. Lord Pog.
What is that?
What
What is
the
that? What is that? What is
fuck
Lord
is
Pog?
that?
What is Lord Pog? What is Lord Pog? What is something is firing stuff at me. Oh my god.
What is this thing? It looks like a slugma. It's like a green slugma.
Ew.
What?
What?
Pumpkin
No!
use
I looked away for 2
wild-shaped
seconds, yeah. Whatever, yeah. Fuck you, Nya. Alright, that's crazy, Nya. Go buy a lottery ticket, Nya. That's actually diabolical, yeah. What do you mean it's Autumn, Nya? Autumn's not the one spinning the fucking wheel, Nya. can't believe you've done this. Stop bouncing on the glizzy. Stop bouncing on the glizzy. It's the fact that the glizzy doesn't move, but you just start vibrating so intensely.
Don't phrase it like that.
It's exactly what you're doing, though. Are you kicking it? Is that what you're doing?
You're riding the glizzy. How else should I say it?
You broke the glizzy!
That was you. You touched the last.
Exploded!
You touched the last.
Wait, you can drink glizzy juice. Look at this. Glizzy juice.
Yeah, we'll have one in a second. Let's just
I
wait
have
till
no
Autumn's-
context. What is happening?
Well, I would have shown you, but someone made the glizzy Oh, there's another one. Okay, do not touch the glizzy. Find
Okay,
you back
gassy.
in the war. Finish!
Susie? Susie, I think the car broke down. Wait, you're not in the car anymore. How did you? Oh, you're back. What's
We
happening?
had a gas?
I'm not sure.
Sorry if this mayonnaise makes a weird noise. Sorry, that was instant. You know what's even more insulting? I fucking shook the bottle up as well. I was like, nah, it's all down there. There's no way it's gonna just sound like diarrhea, but I guess... Okay, you know what? I don't need mayonnaise. I don't need mayonnaise. I don't...
I can hear it so clearly. It's so HD. Oh my god.
Are you the one in charge?
Mayonnaise
Yes.
ASMR. Go follow Helen. Go and tell her that she's cute.
Shut your fucking mouth. God damn it.
Oh my gosh, isn't she perfect?
Who do you think? Who do you think you are, young lady?
My name is Autumn, and I've known you for years, so I feel like
it's been years. That's
It has
crazy.
been years. So therefore, I have years of experience in knowing you. Therefore, my opinion is valid and true. So go and check out Helen.
Okay, but I've had a lot, like, as lovely as it has been to know you the past few years, I have known myself a
13
little
Marks
bit
too.
longer.
Also, you're
Just a wee bit longer.
And I have known myself a wee bit longer, so I guess we're at an impasse.
But I'm taller, so I can cross that a lot easier. So
What? Thank you guys for coming to stream today. Stream is over, and I will miss you all so much. I'll see you.
You're so
you
cute
beautiful
when you're
bitch.
mad.
God,
Guys, you know what else makes her mad? When you give her stuff. You know, that makes
you know
her
that
really
Hell
mad,
has-
and that makes
do
her
you know that-
even cuter, even though that's not really possible. Because she's
Hell has
already
lots of
super
stuff on her
duper
phone.
cute. So, like, if you like actually went and just like casually started like a train in her chat, she also has a Ko-fi. You can donate towards that too. Anyway, I'm just gonna mute and deafen for a sec. Ira, thank you for the 2 and resub. Happy 14 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How's it going? I hope it's going well. Thank you, thank you. Consider this a divorce? No. We're not
Hell has
divorcing,
stuff
are
on-
we? We're not divorcing, are we? What are you typing? Go away! Mods ban that chatter.
No.
Usually
Give her
we
money.
I don't know. In 10 days, did you know that the lovely lady next to me is going to be debuting her 3.0 model? At It's 7 o'clock my time, 2 p.m. her time. So go figure that out your time because I can't do math. So that's too much. Expecting too much of me there. But it's gonna be super exciting. She has some lots of new stuff on her channel, lots of shiny new stuff, emotes, overlays, and whatnot. Then she got lore. Someone insert the Markiplier lore, the lore, you know, when he does that. What the fuck is this? Why is this on my screen? Why is... What is happening?
You need another reason.
To what? My 13th reason? Like, what is this?
No! You need another reason to go and check out Hell. This is the
Also,
type
bear
of
with me 1
content
second.
you can get, and it's amazing.
Who the fuck was that? I don't want to give her the grace of knowing that someone has done something. You little shits. Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck was that? Oh, she might know. She might know. She's looking. Autumn, if you're listening, no, you're not. So listening to my stream, go away! Stop!
I don't want to stop listening to your stream. She's telling me to
I
stop
knew it.
listening to your stream.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew she'd be listening. I knew that was a face of a listener. That was someone who is listening.
Yeah, I I'm a really good listener.
You are a really good listener.
Thank you.
You're so good.
Thank you. Stevie, no!
Stevie, yes.
Stevie, you motherfucker.
Get this fucking picture off my screen, please!
No. It stays until I say so. Until I see something happening in her chat. It
No, I don't want
stays.
anything. Nothing has happened in my chat, please. It's not my screen. It's so cursed. Oh
Yep.
my god.
It's beautiful.
Burning, thank you very
Save us,
much
please. I can't.
for
Winter.
the cat.
I'm watching.
The cat
I'm
toy.
waiting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And art as well. Thank you both very much for those gifts you did.
Oh my
Didn't
god,
have to do
Beaker's
this. How are we
freaking
starting
listening
this?
for once.
How are we starting this, please? I want to go
Good boy.
home.
He wants to go home.
I want to go home.
You can't. You're in my home.
And you're literally in my walls.
Yep.
You're literally in my... You think it's funny?
I do think it's funny.
Yeah, I knew you would think it was funny. You would think it was funny. This isn't funny. Why is nothing happening? Why are you not screaming? I'm about to fucking tank
Good
my
boy,
CPU. I'm about to...
Good boy.
Guys, please. Why are we not listening to me? Why are you listening to her?
Beaker, go fuck off. You know what? I take it back. I rescind my comment.
Oh my fucking god, what is
You're
going on?
still to this day a brat.
I still have to be
God
polite. I'll
fucking
be 2 seconds. Alright, losers.
You still
right.
have to be what for a few seconds?
I still have to be polite. So give me...
Good.
give me- Right, losers. Okay, right. You've had your fun now. She's had hers. This is kind of blown up in my face a little bit. I'll admit this didn't go to plan. But I'd really appreciate it if you committed to you know, maybe making her scream. I think it's more fun when she does it because she cries as well. And I know that sounds really bad, like why would you want her to cry? But it's usually out of tears of happiness and it's really cute. So we should go make her cry. Anyway, I do have to say my thank you. So thank you, Burning, and thank you, Art, for the gifts. Regardless of the, you know, intention to PMO behind them, I do really appreciate it because they are for Ghost, and Ghost deserves all the spoiling in the world, and I'm sure he will be really happy with those. And of course, I will post the pictures probably videos. We'll see how well he takes to them when they get here. So thank you very much for that. I do really appreciate it. Beaker, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You really did not have to do that, but thank you very much for that. I do appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. Halloween Lord, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Iro, what the fuck? Thank you for the 20 gifted. You really did not have to do that. That's kind of insane. But thank you very much. I do appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. I see that she's being pelted, so that makes me this is bringing my mood up a little bit. So you know, we might be on. I might forgive some people. We'll see. And Britboy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you very much for that. And Lychee, thank you for the gifted sub too. Thank you all for the gifted subs. It's very sweet of you. If you did receive a gifted sub, be sure to say your thank yous, and I do hope you enjoy. Last man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. You know what's really funny is she told me, like, oh, she's got somewhere to be after this, so like our time is a little bit tighter than usual. I still think we'll get a decent amount of time out of today, but she said it's a little bit tighter than usual. So now we've created this mess, however. So it's like the red-green bar from Road to Empress pushing back and forth. That's hilarious. You're so right. That's so funny though. But it should be pushing towards her side. She is debuting. She's been waiting for this 3.0 a wee bit.
Zelk's heart.
She's been waiting for this for a wee while now. It's had its like fair share of delays and whatnot. So you know, you spoil her today, spoil her on the 11th, spoil her every day. Honestly, I cannot wait for the 11th. I'm so excited. I love debuts. Like, everyone knows this by now. I love debuts. I watch so many debuts of, like, communities I'm not necessarily a part of. I'll still watch it because I love watching, like, all of the work come to, like, fruition and stuff. Fruition? What the fuck am I saying? Fruition? Is it fruition? I don't fucking know. But especially so for my lovely wife over there. She deserves all of the love. She works so hard. Dude, she's insane. And I'm super proud of her. So, you know, it would be really, really cool if you could just listen to me. Joe, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy 38 months. Thank you so much for that. And Brad, thank you for the tier 1 resub. Bingus, happy 31 months. Thank you very much. So, yeah. Twitch hates the fun and won't load payment page. Good. Behave. You don't have to do it here. Is this Poor Man's Poison playing? It is. This one is, it's alright, actually. I love Poor Man's Poison. Didn't we determine all those bars and stats meant nothing? Yes. Button. I don't think so. Gotta spoil your pets? Yeah. Yeah. This is the Waffle House fight! Oh, you're so right. I should go invite her to Waffle House. I've learned that now. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Winter can't change his Twitch username. Ian, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Thank you very much, and hello. Welcome in. Thank you. You did not have to do that, but I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I was indecisive, so I subbed in both. Good. Good. Go sub to her. And give subs to her. And give bits to her. Because she won't put anything on her throne. So you have to do it via Twitch or Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi is even better. You know, throw a few donations at her. Maybe she can go buy some Pokemon cards and stuff. And we get to see her hands. So, oh, it's for Autumn? No, it has to be for Autumn. Thank you guys for the level 7 hype train, by the way. I appreciate it. I love seeing that she is, her head is still getting fucking absolutely pummeled. That's fantastic. Joe, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that. She is flying about over there on that screen. She puts some things on her throne, they go so fast. Yeah, but like, we need to put like 7 million things on your throne. Girl, meet me behind Waffle House.
Gladly, after I feed you waffles with my hands.
I learned today that Waffle House is a place where people do battle frequently.
Sometimes. I've only ever been to nice Waffle Houses, though. They have not been battling.
I feel like that's not the nice Waffle Houses if there's no fighting. This is the difference between me and Autumn, by the way.
What do you mean?
I like my Waffle Houses fighting. Yeah.
Oh my god. You were wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I learned today as well. Never been to the USA, but I hear that every time you go to one, a fight breaks out and you have both food and entertainment. But it's only I'm gonna be the entertainment.
You're gonna start the fights?
I'm gonna be fighting, yeah. I'll fight for you.
But you're not gonna get waffles.
We can have waffles after I win the fights.
But they kick you out. You go to jail.
Oh. That's okay.
No.
I'll just leave. She says this, and she's the one that gets jailed every single Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, by the way. For stealing. Yeah, I'm gonna get bailed. See, everyone will bail me out of jail so we can go eat waffles. Eat fast! Yeah, or I'll just eat fast. Oh, she got camoed. That happened to me earlier at a very unfortunate time. I was pretty pissed off. Unlucky Chucky. No! Okay, that's fine. I gotta do squats. I'll be right back. I'll do those right now, bitch. I don't care. It's cool enough to. I did a little bit of stretching, so I should be fine. Hopefully I don't break anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Look, you're a speed run those bitches. You blow up chat? Don't do that. If you blow up chat, who's gonna bail me out of jail when I fight behind the Waffle House? Whew, lucky. Sorry, I'm back. I had to squat. She looks like she's shouting at someone. That's good.
Hold on, I have to shout at somebody.
Also, sorry I didn't catch this earlier. Demon Ghost, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for waiting, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Okay. What are we doing?
We are gonna play this fucking crackhead simulator.
Can I be your Discord kitten, yeah?
Yeah, you can.
Let's go! Yeah,
You
this
wanna
is
know
the only
something funny?
This is the only time I'm okay with being a cat, yeah. What's up?
Goat and Faint's name on here. So Goat's name is Nox and Faint's name is Nox's fanboy. And whenever we play Overwatch, people keep commenting thinking that they're an e-couple.
Ah, my god, that's so good, yeah.
You want to go to
It's-
arcade? It's
Oh, go to
community
arcade.
crafted. Yeah.
Oh, community crafted is just. Oh.
Hmm?
Go to arcade. Got it. Yeah.
We're not an E couple, we are a couple.
We're not an e-couple. We're a couple. Oh my god, yeah.
Fuck it, I'll queue all for now. I said I'm killing you. Did you see all like the new skins and stuff?
I
There's, like-
did, but they're extremely
The
expensive. now.
cat skins are so expensive. The Yoasobi ones are not. They're cute though.
Yeah, those are super cute, yeah.
Yeah, I like Mizuki's and Juno's.
Yeah, Mizuki has needed a good one, I feel, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that one, I
There-
really like the effect on his hat, yeah.
There is a there. If you do play Mizuki for whatever reason, there is a bug with him at the moment in this mode. On the
Oh, is there, Neil?
second perk, you cannot pick the. I think it's the left one. It's the one that gives you an extra one of the thingies. I forget what it's called. Oh, I'm damaged. Oh shit. Okay. Wait, no, someone took. Someone took soldier. No.
Hold on, I have to copy pastor up and I'm gonna save your soul. Hold on, yeah.
That's okay. This might be a wee bit loud.
Right or wrong, I'm gonna finish this war.
Doctor, have I really got to eat vegetables? It's like crunch.
I love Junker Queen. She's so funny.
Hello.
I am here to support.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I increased the price of that redeem, yeah.
You should increase it more.
I'm going to.
Oh, they have a.
I told them I would. I sucked him, yeah. You have one healer in a dream, yeah.
So yeah, you have a jetpack.
I saw. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh, you're dead.
Also, I agree. I love Junker Queen. Yeah. How are you still alive? How are you still alive? You shouldn't be alive anymore. Yeah.
That's right. Hide from me.
Should not be alive.
Wait, who?
Junker Queen. She's been like dead 3 times. There she is.
Oh,
no, not the fucking cat.
The cat has grenades.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she's fucking. She's got the. Did she go this as well? She did. She has a perk called Zoomies. It makes her super fucking fast. It's really fun, but she also can get kind of one shot. She has like, what is it, 150 health?
I think she has zoomies. I think she has zoomies.
She does.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, did we? Oh, she's being carried by the. Okay. I was like, did we ult at the same time? But I didn't see the. I didn't see the
Bionic rifle shots
Bastion.
can now critically heal. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I can
Does
critically
Autumn have
heal.
the same opinion on Genji players like you? Autumn, what's your opinion on Genji players?
If they're good, they're good. If they suck, they need to swap, but they usually don't.
Uh-oh. Where is he?
He's right here. I slapped him.
He heals. Oh, nice. Oh, I do apologize.
I tried.
Oh, it's fine. You did. You did. Let me send you over
what
the raid
else?
video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hal. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Calamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No!
This freaking cat.
Hello!
Yeah, I got her.
Raiders! Phantomy, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely time playing Rift Wizard 3. I'm not sure I know about that game. But feel free to tell us all about it if you would like. You know? Or if you don't want to, that's completely fine too. Just got done streaming. I'm aware it's probably pretty late for you. You might want to go get some rest and stuff. So don't worry too much about it. For anyone that is new here, hello. My name is Hal, and I will not chat too much about myself because that's what the raid video is for. Today I'm playing some Overwatch with my lovely wife Autumn. We're playing the community mode. Now, disclaimer, I'm not particularly great at Overwatch, but... Oh shit. This cat... You know, don't be expecting anything amazing, but I will do my best. Oh shit, there we go. But yeah, I hope you had a lovely stream. Thank you for the raid. Alright, I am back. Thank you for nanoing me. Dude, it is crazy out here. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is a crazy freaking mode.
Oh no,
No!
she's grenading.
She said,
Cat pisses me off. I don't even play Overwatch. Oh, Papa, welcome in. The cat has been obnoxious. She's received many a nerfs, though.
she has.
But in this mode, like,
She's a little nut.
She is insane. I like playing her. Oh, I exploded. I did not get a contract for Overwatch League. They're not looking for people like me.
I'm looking for people like you. Do you want to join my Overwatch League?
Okay.
Let's go!
Guys, I'm part of an Overwatch League now. Oh, they're so low!
Someone slept. Oh, Amir is.
She's so Raz.
Go for it, baby girl! I believe in you. Yeah, go for it! That's my one life! Woo!
Thank you.
I got you.
Look at
Oh,
look,
man.
I am a Bastion. Bastion requires no skill, and my lovely wife kept me alive and nanoed me.
I'm a kid. You want me to be a kitten? I'm a little kitten.
She's my little kitten. Uh-oh.
Yeah, shred him up.
He's
It's
dead.
fucking cat. God dang
Hello?
it.
Can I? Oh, she killed. Where is she?
Guys, the crow is hunting.
I can't. She's too fast, even for my DPI. Well, my DPI is not a problem. I just can't aim. The fact they didn't one-shot me is crazy. Yeah, the Roadhog. I don't know what the Roadhog changes are.
No, you bitch!
Uh-oh.
She's so mean.
It might be over. Bastion does not require a lot of skill, let's be real.
Who doesn't require a lot of help?
Bastion. There's no way. Oh, I'm not gonna get there in time.
Nope.
Crack cocaine cat. This is what I was telling you. Cat is just simply the best fucking...
That's so crazy.
Play of the game.
It's you. Hold on.
It's me. Is this when you ulted me?
Wife.
Which is...
That's my wife.
You're so cute. I don't have chat enabled, so... Wait, I should have been able to see the cat actually typing. I turn it off usually for stream. So I shouldn't have been able to see that.
It's hidden behind my huge head.
And make sure to turn it off, because some people can write unsavory things. Is there any loot boxes for playing this mode? Yes, 3. I don't know, I like playing Bastion, but I don't think like I've never really thought that there's been any skill required to play Bastion.
Now traveling to Paris.
As a Bastion player. But to be fair, I'm not like a decent Overwatch player in general, so... Oh. What do we play? Orisa. I think they want to play Wu Yang. You need to aim? Not really. You don't need to aim in this game.
Only in unity
Oh, that's so weird.
What's this?
The lightning that rises us toward.
I can also heal you with my spear.
What? That's nuts.
Yeah.
I can control my balls.
Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna be very good at controlling your balls.
I'm really good at throwing my balls. They're different colors though, which is kind of unhealthy.
It's quirky.
It's whimsy.
Whimsical, yeah.
I have control over... I have 2 balls, thank you. They're just really big, and you think I have 3.
Fucking rude.
I'm cool.
The thing is with my shift, I don't like what they did with that, because now I just go forward, whether I like it or not. Oh, it's so hard to fucking control. Nice!
There we go.
Ball cancer? Nah, ball whimsy. Exactly. We've got ball whimsy here.
It's another word for testicular cancer, but both should be treated with the same amount of urgency.
Testicular whimsy.
Yay! Please seek medical professional help.
I have an idea.
I do love that you can just like helicopter yourself around.
There's
First
no
time seeing
point in
Overwatch
the-
gameplay. This is not true Overwatch. This isn't real.
Nice.
A good little pocket princess.
You're watching a fake stream, yes.
You are watching a fake stream. That yep. We're not real.
Oh shit, this is where their fucking base is. Oops. We haven't got the payload yet.
There you go. You got it.
Oh yeah, Juno Orbital. It fucking hurts now if you stand in it.
That's kind of fun.
If you're on enemy, yeah. So their Juno ult would hurt us. Ours wouldn't, of course, but it does damage. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I
It also
like
follows
that.
you. Did you frame mug that Moog? I don't know. What do you, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just here being Orisa. However, now it's a Reinhardt. Oh, I know that when Ryan's on like lower health, he gets faster.
When Ryan gets lower health?
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting.
The lower health he gets, the faster he gets.
I kind of like that. That's fun.
Thank you for the lyric, Joe. Oh, he got me. You having fun with the balls?
I'm having so much fun with my balls right now.
Oh my god. That's exactly what it sounds like, by the way.
What?
Just in case anyone wanted to know.
What sounds like?
Hello. Yay! Cool. Ball whimsy for the win.
All whimsy.
Play the game. You'll see that if it is, you'll see that I forget to cancel my fucking run. It looks really clumsy because I forget.
That's my wife.
I forgot to cancel the run. That's my wife.
I like that there's degrade me and praise me.
Wait, there is. Wait, excuse me? What is this? Hang on a second. Should we have matching names? I'm gonna change my name to Red Winter Hell. Or something. Black Winter Hell. Something emo.
No.
I don't know.
Don't do it.
She doesn't want to
Stay your
match names
beautiful
with me.
I'll match everything else with you. Dave's name is wonderful, and I love calling out to it. I love calling out to you with it.
Play a game to like. I don't have anything to say. Sometimes you just have a decent day. I genuinely. Flashpoint. I just like Flashpoint Slop. They're both healers. Yeah. Oh, Doomfist, damn. Meteor Strike. Are you okay?
I want to see what Mercy does.
Oh, yeah, so she can flight the enemies now. When she does, it like bleeds them or something. Also, there's a perk that your first minor perk. There's a perk where you can pick it, and if you do, the res range is increased, and you can do it through walls.
Interesting.
I don't know if there was anything else that changed.
4, 3, 2.
There's a combo that I played with the Mauga, because Mauga's stomp now does more damage the higher the fall. So the trick is you pick him up with Cat, and then he does the stomp, and he can one-shot people.
Hmm. Whoop.
It's really good. Girl, you're lucky I can't aim. Oh yeah, Sombra has her fucking...
What does that one do?
Her translocator back. I need my zoomies.
She does? Oh, that's... Oh, no.
Yeah, her hack is now her virus, so it's like instant. Oh yeah, Sigma now push you to the ground instead of in the air.
Interesting. Oop, I'm dead.
No, not the immortality field! So Baptiste's ult is now his immortality field, and it's huge, and he's light them up thing. The thing is like on a basic ability now.
Huh. That's so interesting. This is such an interesting game mode.
Sumi's acquired.
I'm dying a little bit too much, I fear.
Oh my god, Anna came hunting for me.
She's hungry.
How did she... Wait, what? That's crazy. I must be lagging. Oh, I am lagging.
You're lagging?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm on like your server. That's why.
Oh no.
I was like, how'd that fucking hit me?
If we leave and if you invite me, then will we be on your server?
I don't think so, but it's okay. I don't mind. It's not the worst. I just was confused at how she had hit me in the thing, and I was like, oh. That's why. Oh, okay.
anything. Boop. On a time.
Yeah, Mercy's hard, honestly.
Yeah.
I struggle a lot with Mercy. It's funny, I finally got used to Sombra's stuff, and then, cause I was having, muscle memory of old Sombra. And now it's, it's back to, how she was before.
Go get him. It is kind of nice having a little jetpack.
Yeah.
Hard to aim, but you can at least get away a little bit.
Yeah.
Dang it. She got me.
Nice.
There we go.
Ow.
No!
There she is.
That's my wife! I'm coming, wait for me. I hear the walls repeating.
So speedy.
Oh my god! You move so fast.
Yeah, one time I was playing with a cat and I saw her go through the wall, and I thought that honest to fucking god, ow! I thought to honest to god that she'd been life weaver pulled or something because of how fast she'd gone.
She's got the zoomies.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm coming back.
Immortality field deployed.
Holy shit, she's insane on the side. She's fucking. Bap, bap, bap. Crazy. Oh, what the fuck? I was like. Oh. Fucking 1v1ing Sombra till the end of time.
Yup.
She hacked me. As Anna was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Kitty!
That's a cute little highlight.
Was it Serval? Serval? Is that what the cat is?
Oh, maybe? Because it does have the spots, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the ears too.
That's my wife!
And then you honor Doomfist.
I honored you. I honored
Damn,
you.
Everyone has the colored weapons.
Oh yeah, that you have to unlock with the points or what have you.
Yeah, with the ranked points, everyone's like, okay, I got some, I didn't buy anything with it yet. I don't know who.
I bought a lot for a lot of my main characters. I don't know if I bought them for everybody though. I do have it for Diva. I have a lot of gold ones for a lot of people.
They're like the older ones, right?
Yep.
The ones that kind of first came out. You used to just get the gold weapons. Does
Yeah.
Anna's
I
Mythic
like
look
the
decent
gold
with any
though.
variants? I don't think so, personally. Because it just changes this gold part here. So, well, I suppose Depends on your. If I got the purple one, it'd probably go really well with the skin, but
I like
there's
the
no point in
purple
going the gold one with this. But the Ana mythic weapon is probably my favorite mythic weapon. I just like doing the little flourish.
Can't hear you if you stray.
I don't know whose I would buy, honestly.
4, 3, 2.
Maybe I'll have a look. Infinite Void, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moeda. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Let's move out.
I think the Nerf guns look super silly.
The Nerf gun?
Yeah, the Nerf guns. I think like what Soldier has one, Genji has one. Does Hanzo have one? I think Cassidy has one.
Hold on. Reloading.
Oops. Dang it. That's cool though. I kind of like her baby Diva Blaster has good sleep. I saw that. That's my wife.
Thank you. Oh, we have the robot though. Oh, pink
Nice.
Genji. Oh, he's so cute. Kawaii Genji. Tracer and Cassidy too. I didn't know Tracer had the Nerf weapons. Jesus Christ. There's a...
Eyes on a target. I'm here. Keep fighting.
No! Oh no.
Dang.
Okay.
Enemy turret here.
Chat, I'm stupid. Is she actually her wife?
Ah! Yes. Wait, this fucking... Have you seen this Roadhog's name?
No, it's the same. Oh, Boob Man. That's based.
I should have ulted the Mercy.
Hard work is yours. Taking care of me.
Yeah. Now what?
Oh no, she's tracking me! Balls. Hello, Christine, how's it going? Oh, thank you. Good. Should I nano the Mercy? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. You should nano the
This
Mercy.
is so stupid. Look at this ult. That should not have hit me. I'm just saying.
It's all very much a matter of debate these days of whether or not she's my wife. Oh man.
You can be platonic wifeys.
Yeah. I'm platonically in love with Hel.
I see you.
Ow.
No!
I heard my sleep go off.
What's that get?
I did too.
Thank you, Angela.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Oh yeah, you have like a grenade on your right click now. Go.
I sure do.
Get in there. Rescue that robot. Healing you.
Heroes never die. Be near the robot and keep pushing.
sometimes it's not about the stat bonus of the nano. Sometimes it's just about the confidence that you give to someone.
Stop trying to hurt my wife. Yeah, say the mercy.
Hey! Stick with the robot!
You're welcome. Oop.
Oh, she ulted me. Rip. She's dead.
Polycule,
But I'm
I
dead.
don't know what it is.
I go out on my terms.
The cat girl is cosplaying a witch now. Fuck you.
Robots pushing their barricade.
Don't fret. I see you.
What's the other perks?
Eyes on the sky! Stop them from pushing the barricade!
Oops.
You're powered up. Get in there. Enemy turret here.
Holy shit.
No hook.
Taking damage. 60 seconds.
Oh, she fucking got me with the tracking dart. No. I like the jetpack. I think the jetpack should stay on Anna, personally.
You'll have to try harder.
Make it a perk. But make it a
It would
minor
be a
perk.
nice perk.
Make it a minor perk. Don't make it a major one. I like the crit one. I like going...
I like the 2 grenades ones.
I'm ready to initiate self-destruct.
30 seconds remaining.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Find you!
10 seconds remaining.
Get in the immortality field.
On the sky!
Stay with the robot. Let's bring it home.
Over there!
I missed my grenade. I hear Lucio.
Over there. I have you. Keep fighting. You're powered up. Get
Blah. Too busy looking for Lucio.
Dang.
Rip. Yeah, I think they buffed her out of mech, basically.
Yeah. Which is still good. I still like it.
Oh, is this where I nanoed? Oh yeah, he has the nerf.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I love Anna's voice actor. She's so sweet.
She's so cute. She's so cute.
That's my wife! Boob man is crazy.
That is crazy. Roadhog does have a nice set, though.
Roadhog can hook to his allies now.
Oh, can he?
Yeah,
like he
so if he
pulls
hits-
them to him?
No,
or
he
pulls himself?
pulls him to them. Mizuki has a grapple.
insane.
His chain. It's
Mhm.
like a grapple now. Well, they can still, like, chain enemies, but it also functions as a grapple. Thanks for the self-care check, CJ. Good night, sleep well. And thank you for the 375 stream streak. I appreciate that. Oh no, I'm on damage again. It's okay, though. I hope I'm not taking this guy's soldier. What else? Trying to think. Cassidy has a perk, a minor perk, where he can use his ultimate through shields.
That's
whenever
interesting.
Reaper enters his shadow form, he has like a Ramatra ult around him. Symmetra. Oh, one thing I forgot about. So Symmetra and Torbjorn can put their turrets on the cat.
What was that?
Symmetra and Torbjorn can put their turrets on the jetpack cat.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't seen that utilized as much, but that's funny.
We should do that. So Kunai
Oh, yeah.
heals.
Yeah, and the
The papers hurt.
Oh yeah, I just said that Jetpack Cat has fucking Symmetra turrets on her.
Oh my god, it's hard to rewire my brain into like freaking
Yes,
right click.
exactly. It's so bizarre. I had the same thoughts. I'm like, this is so like.
This is not what I'm supposed to do.
Oh, my ping went to like 200. Holy crap! Oh, behind.
Oh, you freaking cat. They had it! Help!
Yeah.
We had him on the cat! That's crazy. I think there's an echo over there.
I got her, May. Calm down. But keep an eye behind.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Baptiste.
Shit.
Oh no. Yeah, she's got 2 on her.
That's crazy.
They're massive. Holy shit. I have my ult. I'm ready to outplay the enemy team.
Stop the payload.
I just need to make sure Boomer is like out of mech. Oh shit.
Much better. Incoming. I've got you in my sights.
Outplayed.
Job? That's my wife.
Actual fucking outplay moment. Where's this diva? Did she die?
Let's kick this off.
Nope.
Over there.
What a ridiculous ultimate. they doing over here?
Fields online.
Oh, she has ult, the diva. She's a really cute
I'm
skin.
still standing. I'm still fighting.
Is it rainy
Very
days or
diva?
something? Yeah.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I'll have to take a look.
Doomfist.
Oops, wrong one, wrong one, wrong one.
Oh, that's a Doomfist.
Biotics deployed.
Not dead.
Oops.
I have ult soon, like 75%.
They can't get away with this. Incoming.
Where's the lad?
God. My aim sucks so bad.
So does mine, and yet I'm playing with a freaking healing kunai.
Oh shit! Get out of here.
Go Gator. Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
I
helped.
help going the other one.
What's up?
Fucking cat,
Oh, no, I'm
goddammit.
sorry.
No, you're okay. It's my fault for being up there, honestly. Obit, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the Moeda. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Regret that.
I have ult. Oh shit, Doomfist is dooming. And he doomed all over them. Sorry.
You fucking dork! I died for you, Doom!
Oh. Junkrat fell off. I'm so fucked. Ah, I couldn't get in
Oh,
there.
I freaking belled!
Nah, I should have. I don't know where to run there. I wish people would stand still too. It'd make my life a lot easier. I want to ult, but it's really hard with D.Va still being alive.
True. I wanna ult your ult. No! That's okay.
Okay. I didn't get a decent enough ult off. She's following me. This D.Va is super obnoxious.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Let the kitsune guide you. I have like several thousand Kiriko skins despite never buying one.
She has so many skins. I heard you talking about different skins.
Bleh. Path is dead. Kath is alive. Everything is flying. I can't kill a fucking thing.
Dang.
No. Oh dear, that's rough. The The games are going well. I think the games are going well. Do you think the games are going well?
You're here, so it's automatically fantastic.
Yeah.
If I'm still standing.
Did you get used to the healing yet?
I'm changing.
it's rough, isn't it?
It's fun though. I just wanted to try somebody else.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I like playing Life Weaver in general. Ow.
Redeploy.
Zoom. I'm not your dad. That's what Soldier 76 says.
I'm not your
Tracer!
dad. But he's daddy.
Alright, I'm saving my ult for the final bits. I do need D.Va really dead though. Or at least out of her mech. It's really hard. The Mercy and the cap on her. Oh. Ugh. She's probably saving her ult too. Oh, there it is. I'm so fucked. Oh, thank you!
That's my wife! Yeah!
Need to heal.
That was such a good
I
pull. I'm so proud.
It was. Oh, sorry. Everyone is dead though. I can't get through. I have my ult.
It goes off twice! Fuck you, Tracer! Her bomb explodes twice!
Yes, that also got me at some point.
Oh my god, that's so evil.
Come on, there's two people. You got this. You got this, Doom. Nice. Let's go. Damn, Cassidy is upset. That was my life.
You okay, Drew?
Play of the game.
This cat was a menace.
The freaking bombs. That's insane. That's a crazy freaking ult. The grenades.
That Doom skin is clean. Again, everyone with the golden weapons. I feel so fucking left out. Maybe I ought to buy one for like
mean-
Bastion or something. Yeah, that D.Va skin is really cute. She got a little counter head. Oh my god.
Maybe you could just say that you like the classics. And then you're super cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, my loot boxes. I'll never know what I got.
Oh, I'm tank again. Oh, we're defending this time.
I'm gonna be the cat. I'm gonna be an asshole.
Mystic Witch.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand. Enough chatter. We have business to attend to.
God, this Domina skin.
No,
It's so good.
Where is she? Where is she? Oh.
That little cat face is so funny.
One. Attackers incoming.
Crystalline.
Oh, Maugi, are you fucking kidding me? My fucking beam doesn't reach. Here's everyone. That's where they are.
Let's get them off the payload. Termination is never pretty. How dazzling. Shaping artifacts. Why, thanks.
I need my perk like now.
I see them in words.
The match just starts. I need my perk.
I need the where she's like she has a longer ranged weapon. Like her weapon is longer range. Ow! Hey, banana. Oh, there's a turret there too.
I never played cat. This is weird. Yeah, server design.
Let's go. Whee! I got my perk.
Charming, namaskar.
Wait, are you playing as a cat? Yes, at the moment. Why?
Oh, you've kind of landed yourself in it there, haven't you?
Nope, not at all. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think they know what they're talking about either. Autumn, this cat gameplay isn't helping. I know! I'm aware. I just wanted to see how she played.
Oh, is it your first time playing cat?
I don't usually play cat at all. I think I've only tried her like once before.
I need to stop trying to stop him there.
Well done, you.
I'm doing good.
Oh, I fucked up.
Yeah, so when you're carrying someone, you can't shoot, but you can press your E. And also, like, they can get untethered if they get, like, caught on something.
Sneeze. God freaking dang it! I messed up. Yeah.
Well, man died.
Are you happy, Nia?
Me or you?
No, them. Yeah. I'm not happy. Yeah.
Oh, this might be a bit rough.
Dang. Yeah. So happy, Nia? Oh, great, yeah. So glad, Nia. You have nobody to blame but yourself? I'm not the cat anymore! In-game, yeah.
You are out of game, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Oop, I'm dead. Yeah.
The payload! No! Balls.
Rising from the ashes!
I need to wait.
There we go. There's some sensitivity. Yeah. Dang it, yeah.
I'm dead. They were in my ass. Holy crap. Oh, thank you.
Oh my god! The other Ana DPS me.
I can't help there. I'm trying.
Oh my god, yeah.
Please and a lie. But you're dead inside. Maybe I need to swap to like a Rissa or something.
Enemy in my sights.
Be whatever you want to be, yeah.
Power at my fingertips. Shaping our defense.
If you want to be a beautiful, curvy bunny lady, then be a beautiful, curvy bunny lady, yeah. I personally am very, very for this, yeah.
Go big.
I've got you in my sights.
Well, their spawn is right there now too. Oh, you shouldn't be doing that, but thank you. He's just ripping into me now, holy shit. Hypnotized, you taught me to lie
This
without
cannot
a
stay my record.
trace. No
Was this bit redeem? Freaking first.
I see her there. He ran
he's
away.
one in a dream. Oh my god, oh, that was a good little sleep. Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry I fell.
I wouldn't dream of it.
She's fucking 7 years away. Oh shit, they are not. Let's get the fuck out of here.
He's coming. The lad is here.
I don't have a barrier or anything. Oh, I'm anti-damn. Lucky. Emery is kind of cute. I think
you know,
Emery's-
yeah.
Yeah.
Emery's a cutie patootie.
I must reassess the situation.
He can fuck my day up any time. Yeah.
Oh, I slept.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm dead. I'm sorry.
Now!
I'm sorry.
That was my wife!
Sorry. Jedi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, you tried.
I tried so hard and got so pure. Yeah. I need to increase the amount that freaking redeem is. One moment.
But in the end, it doesn't
It
even
doesn't even matter. Oh, I have your
Heroic
stream
endorsement,
up
right?
twice. That's crazy, yeah.
What?
I don't know. I have your stream up twice, yeah. But now I can redeem this. What will I get?
What?
Yeah.
No! A pistachio refund.
Cat.
That's fine.
Cat.
Epic.
Fine.
If there is a mod in chat available to do that, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Of course.
To do the refund. Remember, no refunds. No double cat. Can I just do them all? Yeah, you can just do them all. Hello, Crowbird. I hope that you're doing okay. Thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it. Serve my design. Did you get anything good in your loot boxes?
I have no idea. Oh, and I'll never know. I just opened another one. Yeah.
God damn, on damage.
Oh my gosh, I'll never know. Yeah. I'm never gonna know what I
Did you
fucking
enjoy playing cat?
Yeah. It was fun. It was fun, yeah.
I can go Torbjorn if you had like a turret on your head.
I will love a turret on my head. Yeah.
Tools in hand.
It is gonna be
Torbjorn,
$10
ready to work.
fucking ooh copy pasta wrap. Yeah. $10. Inflation has hit the home.
Nothing ventured. Nothing.
Yeah, I know my wife is cute.
You would know about being cute.
Do I tell this Mizuki that there's a bug?
Yeah.
Alright, come here.
I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Alright, let's see. Off you go.
Thank you. I'm gonna do my best.
She's gonna die. That's crazy. Oh, my turret got destroyed.
Aw, fuck.
It's okay, I can put another one on you. Ow! What the fuck? Oh, there's a different cap here. I was like, wait, who is this?
It's not me. I got fucked. Can I stop being a cat yet? I think so. Yeah.
Oh, they had the same idea.
Did they?
Yeah, I have a Torbjorn. Stop throwing rocks at me! I can hear you.
Thank you for the hat.
It's a huge. Yeah, this mode is crazy. If you ever want to change off of cat, let me know. You don't have to just because I'm putting turrets on your head.
It's fun. I like having the turret on my head.
Not a chance.
Oh.
Evasive maneuvers. Did you just say, come here, kitty, kitty, kitty?
I didn't. Torbjorn might have. Oh yeah, Wuyan can see his balls through walls.
I'm hearing things.
Oh! Ash is fucking...
Oh my god.
Holy shit, she one-tapped me. Uh-oh.
This fucking cat. How long till the next ooh rap redeem? Never.
Make it more expensive.
I did. I made it $10. I upped it today.
It needs to
Are
be
you proud?
15. I'm so proud of you. All right, Torb
It
isn't
hasn't
working.
changed in years.
Let's see. What else can I play? Nothing.
Can we get on that Ash's ass?
Every soldier.
Who said that? Absolutely, mother.
Ash is kind of crazy, honestly. Hello, catalog. How's it going?
Thank you, child. Oh my god, there's RP in this game.
There is the custom modes.
Oh, true. You know,
people do that.
People do that.
Oh, we threw a rock at me.
I'm throwing so much
piss. That's okay, you can say it.
I want to put all of the piss on you so then you can live.
Hell yeah. He's floating! No! This fucking Sigma was just floating towards me menacingly, bro.
Mizuki was?
No, Sigma.
Oh, Sigma was. He
was just
aura
fucking... I was just shooting him and then he started floating towards me. I guess he doesn't have to wait for that. There's a perk anymore. Oh no, stay away.
This cat has so many freaking ults. Nom 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 nom. Oh my god, she flattened him. No. Haha, you missed. Nom 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 nom.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Nice. Stream is going well, thank you. Oh shit. There's a guy there. He's throwing rocks.
Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Heck you. You little stinker. Not swearing and trying to talk crap is really hard.
Ow. Oh no, they have a soldier now too. Is this... I go Torbjorn, they have a Torbjorn. I go soldier, they have a soldier. What's next? What is this?
They're being redonkulous.
Can I go under?
You can. It goes
They will
back up
never
over
know.
here.
They knew! How they know? They probably heard my stompers. Thanks for self-care for us.
A self-care for both of us. That's truthfully.
No, I have my ult. I'm coming.
I'm coming. Wait for me.
I just immediately fucking die. Sigma hurts, bro.
Darn. Oh well. That's a bummer.
Soldier 60 says, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, be quiet.
Soldier 67. He has the 6-7 emote.
Oh, does he? It's so dumb.
Yeah. But I don't know how you get it.
I don't think you can get it anymore. I think it was like a shop item or like an event.
No. Oh, my wife isn't here. I don't care.
Yep.
Sorry, who are these people? I don't know who they are.
Heck. We got to 4,400 eeps today. It must have been fate.
Nice!
Now
There's
I have to
something
wait.
wrong with your diaphragm. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's actually probably an esophageal hernia because of my GERD.
A hernia. My granddad had a hernia.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's okay. My granddad has lupus. That guy's got everything.
You told me that.
He's collecting. It's never Lupus. It's always Lupus.
It's always Lupus.
Not even allowed to write something wrong now in this perfect world. Sorry to my perfect dad right here. I love that. Harland is so fucking funny. Oh, I'm a healer. What if I pocketed you? In brackets, I'm quite possibly gonna be the fucking worst pocket you ever seen in your life, but
I'd call you such a good little kitten.
I'll be right behind you.
But also, funny story. The animation was continuing for the box opening for my loot box, and guess what?
What?
I didn't even see it open again.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. This Mercy skin is so good, though. She's so pretty. She looks
Mizuki
like she
has
could-
the skin. A hernia
Mizuki has
surgery.
oh.
After ignoring it for like 5 years. That's not good. Obviously, it's sometimes really hard to get help for
Ignore
stuff,
it.
though.
True. Depending
Yeah.
on where you are, and also financial situations.
This will just take a moment. We've got the robot. Let's get this barricade moving. I'm being attacked.
Oh! Jesus Christ, I forget I have it preferring to...
Oops, goodbye. I'm dead. Whoops.
No!
No, my wife.
He just looked at me dead in the eyes! I was like... That... Stubborn, I say. I mean, my granddad is kind of like that too. He's very stubborn, very,
You're trying to get yourself killed. Thanks, Doc.
I do like that the shift.
No, fuck!
I do like that shift damages things over time. It's very nice.
Oh yeah, the little, I need to swap off of Mercy. I'm so fucking garbage at her. The little, Brahmatra, yeah.
It's very nice. I like it. Also, hey Hal.
Yeah?
What are your normal stream times?
Someone is res behind us. No!
Pushing up with a robot.
Sorry. I was putting someone down. Like, 4?
And it wasn't me. Oh man.
I panicked. The fucking... Cassidy got rezzed like right in front of me and then started immediately ulting.
That's okay.
Heroes never die. I am fully focused.
That's okay, but what are your normal stream times? Like when do you normally stream, someone is asking?
Like 4? 4 o'clock my time? Oh, I can't. Someone's over here.
4 o'clock her time.
Yeah.
And you should go follow and turn on your notifications.
Oh, notifications
so you guys
never
can...
work.
Huh?
Right, please. Notifications never work for me.
They don't, but they could try.
Let's calm down, Ryan, please. Let's calm down. That's impossible. Reinhardts do not calm down.
No,
Oi.
Liable used to be one.
You upset because I... He's upset because I fucking messed up his ult.
Poor boy.
Let me take a look.
Behind.
This ride just let me die. I just need to move forward a little bit with this freaking shield.
Where the fuck am I going? Dude, this is rough. Fucking shifting to literally anyone and everyone. Who do I even want to play here?
Oh yeah, Hell does have
Who are they playing?
notifications to going live on her Discord. That is true.
Oh, we lost our spawn. I'm glad that he's okay.
Damn it. Thank you, that's Risky Bisky.
I fucking give me up. Imagine living like a king someday.
There we go. Your Huckleberry.
I'm
my
your
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry. I have that. What's over here? Hello? Genji, 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 Genji! Genji! Get out of here. Genji is behind still.
I can do that too.
Okay, I got her. That's rough. Early gamers, my wife is definitely a gamer. Mercy is honestly, people fucking are like spectator hero and yada this, yada that, and give a bunch of shit to Mercy, but fucking I cannot play Mercy.
It's hard to play like a good Mercy. Dang it.
No,
oh, no! I appreciate the effort. I saw you coming in with me.
I was already there. I was ride or die, you know. Reinhardt is living his best fucking life, bro. Holding left and right click is easy, but doing all the crazy gliding and revives is hard, yeah. Thank you.
I love being a taxi.
You're such a good taxi.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. I got him. They don't know. They don't know Pepe Laugh. Whew. Does he have Shatter? He has Shatter. I don't have res yet.
Oh, he's so fast! I forgot!
Get out of here.
Oh, I'm sleeping.
I got slapped.
Woo-hoo. There we go.
Nice, okay. Dude, fucking Mercy aiming is really hard too. Should take that because I like playing healers. So, not to be that person, first of all, actually, they're not healers, they're supports. I keep calling them healers. I keep calling them healers, so like I have no excuse, but it depends on the person, really. Because if you find like a decent, you know, champion hero or whatever.
That's my wife.
Actually. Golden Broom golden staff. I can't see Cassidy's
He
gun,
doesn't
but
have it.
okay. I feel so left out. Hello, Mark. How's it
Don't
going?
have FOMO. You have what they could never be.
No, I have what they
crow.
could never have. A gorgeous wife.
You're a crow.
Welcome to.
I feel like that's the biggest flexible.
The whisper. You're a crow.
You're a fucking crow.
Feels easier than shooting people? Well, see, here's the thing. In Overwatch, you need to shoot with Ana to heal. You need to shoot with Baptiste to heal. You need to shoot with Jetpack Cat to heal. You don't have to with Lucio. Neither with Zenyatta. You have to shoot with Kiriko to heal. You kind of have to shoot with Lifeweaver, but it's a lock-on. You don't have to shoot with Mercy. You kind of have to shoot with Moira a little bit. You don't have to shoot with Brigitte. You kind of have to shoot with Alari. You do have to shoot with Juno. Again, this is similar to Lifeweaver Lucio situation with Mizuki. And I guess you don't have to shoot with Wu Yang.
Yeah, Moira is more like anticipating angles, I guess.
Mm.
Not quite aiming, but kind of.
It's funny you play
You're not
Zen and
shooting.
Lucio, yeah. Well, you wouldn't like Zen Nyata in this mode because they specifically say, Zenyatta shouldn't be able to just put a orb on someone and start hitting them. So, excuse me. Oh, they were.
Oh, it's the. That's from a. That's the same freaking. It's the same freaking Sombra from a few games ago.
Is it actually?
Yeah, I remember that name.
These types of games, you prefer playing tanks? Would you play? Would you play Hazard CV? At the reload. Woof woof. Tear it down.
Hit it! No. Do you know what's so funny?
What?
So Liable plays this game in French.
Oh, I think you told me this, yeah.
So I have to poorly say all of his voice lines because he doesn't get to experience the extremely heavy accent that he has.
Too far now.
Huh?
Yeah. No, see, we said though, let's not take it too far now for the Hazard main. So you can, what you're telling me is you do impressions of everyone else.
Yeah, but mostly Hazard because his line delivery is the best to me. Tear it down! The best defense, stabbing.
Away you go. Oh
It's so
god.
good.
It is really, really good. Oh, that's the Mercy from last game too.
Oh, nice.
There's only 10 people playing this game right now.
Oh. Are you just staring?
That's I don't want that. I'm trying to heal you.
Where are you? Gotcha. I'm gonna hunt her.
Damn. The VA for Hazard
Nope.
plays Overwatch. He's kind of toxic, but funny toxic. I didn't think I thought he was like wholesome. I didn't know he was toxic.
Who?
The VA for Hazard. I know there's a few like voice actors for Overwatch that are still really like into the game and stuff. I see. What's his name? Like Connor something.
I
He's,
have
like,
no idea about
super-
any of the voice actors.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was.
It's okay. I was
away.
also talking and not moving at all. I'm coming away
Trying to
from
heal
you.
you. Let's see if I can fuck with the Sombra here.
Our minds are shackled. Submission is the key.
Someone get on the payload.
That's a cute skin.
Thanks. It's a flower. Everyone needs a medic at the moment.
Literally. The medics need medics.
Bring in the rain!
Look, at this point, if Cassidy is losing to a... If a Cassidy is losing to a Sombra, it might be a little bit of a skill issue.
Maybe.
I think that's supposed to be, like, her counter, right?
Yeah,
And you just
anything that can, like,
flashbang.
stun.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just got knifed.
Oh yeah, she can, so she, you know her axe that she, like, swings? She can throw that now. And if she picks it up, it's a lower cooldown.
Nice knife.
I can't.
How about me, you coots? He's so funny, I love him. He can crawl now?
Oh yeah, he can hang off the edge, actually. I remember. Okay, right.
Okay, well, it just killed him. Freaking dork.
I offer something more. Let shadows.
I'm not sure what he's supposed to do here.
They fly
I'm not-
now,
oh,
dude.
maybe
this
I-
mode's nuts.
Maybe I ult and then change.
Oh my god.
Because it's not even like a...
Chaos returns.
I can't out-heal this damage. Jesus wept.
Fuck you.
Where is she putting her translocate there?
Like... apparently not terribly far.
Oh shit. We're getting farmed.
We are getting freaking farmed. Anyway, this mode is a crazy mode. Nothing is
Thank you,
real.
Middlewick. Catalog, best of luck with your journey. Okay.
Surrender your soul.
Helden sterben nicht.
That was
Oh my
huge.
god, we broke through.
Now just take care of the fucking Sombra, dude. Fuck you, dude. Goodbye.
This will give us an edge.
Oh, thank you. Nice, she's dead. And I think the Junker Queen is still behind, right?
I don't know. Oh, yep, she sure is.
Nice. Where is she? Nice. Thank you.
Got her.
They don't give a fuck about their time. Ah, I fucking died. I have my ult up now though. Damn. Bum 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 ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Thank you. Well, she used her ult. Oh, I can't. Fuck! I'm gonna arrest him anyway. No.
30 seconds.
That's rough.
Matt Mercer really is ambiguous. Wait, ubiquitous? Hold on, I can't read her at the moment.
I'm not gonna get there in time. I lied, I did. No! Bring in the rain! Ooh!
It's possible. No, it's not.
No, they're not gonna get there in time. Unlucky.
Rip.
We tried. Honestly, considering how it was going earlier, I think we did pretty well. Bring in the rain. Yeah, this guy is funny. Is this what we're about to see? Oh my god. Yeah, this is where I fucking... Damn, I just one-shot them all too. You must have done some fucking damage to them. Those shorts shouldn't be legal! What do you think of Hazard's outfit?
Hazard? I love Hazard.
Someone has to pull their weight around here.
His outfits are funny. Oh my gosh.
Do you have like a favorite skin in Overwatch?
For me?
Yeah.
I
What
really
is it?
like the Moira Lilith skin.
The Lilith skin, is it because of the voice line?
Surrender to your mother.
In this mode, Hazard's ult deals 270 damage.
That's wild.
Holy crap, that is a lot. Oh, we're defending here.
Surrender to your mother. Oh my god, but I
Alyssa.
can pocket you.
Oh, you can play. It's so you can. Oh, holy crap! The Moira wasn't even cold before it was taken from your hands there.
That's okay.
Let us see to it.
I don't need her. I just need to ult you.
We can fly together.
I need to ult my horse. Oh yeah, time check. Thank you.
About like half an hour. We
Yeah.
can call this after this game then if you like.
More than anyone that they had that big.
We'll see what time that is. Some of the matches are short.
Puppy!
It's a baby.
3, 2,
It's a baby.
attackers incoming.
Okay, goodbye, baby puppy.
Oh no.
We have company.
I just hear a... lot of,
Beaker's a good mod. He can be sometimes. Other times he's a freaking brat. Right, Hal?
Yes.
Oh, that was close.
Ah, fuck. That's so hard to control. Because I fucking turned.
Low. Excuse me, I'm an asshole, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. You're not a brat, you're an asshole. That's right. My mistake. Thank you, thank you. I slept her.
Hunting them down.
My wife! Left him.
Nice sleep!
Thank you! Live, my wife.
Thank you. Everyone's running away. That worked. Thank you.
Oh, she's
Holy
murdered.
shit. She didn't even hit the floor.
Nope.
Boom!
Nice
Nice!
job.
Thank you.
I love Orisa. Orisa's so cool. Oh, they have a Brian now. He's fed off.
That's okay. He's gonna be fed up still. He's so fast when he's low and he's charging.
Hunting them down.
Nice fucking anti.
Thank you.
Oh, they have a Kiriko now too.
Live. Yeah, that's my wife.
Let's go!
Good job.
Oh, they have an Orisa now.
They're like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. How is everyone flying? This is
Even Orisa can fly.
Yep. The horse can fly. This is arcade mode.
I
Oh,
died.
I'm so sorry, honey.
Oh, that's okay. You guys are doing so well.
not yet finished.
Oops.
I have a Mizuki now as well. Oh shit, right, we can't.
No, you got melted. I'm sorry. I am also
That's
getting
okay.
melted. Ah, dang it.
I went too far ahead.
Failure is a chance to grow.
Oh shit.
No, live! Oh, shoot. Oh, which
They're all
getting
pretty
melted
low.
classic? Oh, rude.
What? You can't say that.
Yeah, Beaker.
Oh, they were all so low.
Evaluating. Re-engaging.
No.
Oh my god, he's moving so fast.
Oh my god, ow.
Slept him.
Oh, sorry. Oh, not this again. The Mizuki ult is rough.
Impossible.
Hunting them down.
Slept her.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, she hates me for sleeping.
Ah, the Mizuki
Ah,
ult,
shoot.
bro. I can't.
I know.
Mizuki ult
That's
is
okay.
rough.
That's alright.
We did so good at the start there, though.
Mm-hmm.
Of the game.
Is this where I fucking ulted with the Bob?
Bob, do something.
Come here and give Bob a hug. Oh, because Bob explodes when he dies, right? Yeah, I planned that.
What do you mean he explodes when he dies?
What's my wife? Yeah, he explodes when he dies.
Epic.
You see, that was like a little beaver explosion.
That's ridiculous.
Just a wee bit.
Redonkulous.
Just
One
a
more.
little bit. One more? Okay. You know,
Yeah.
one more.
I'm gonna milk as much time as I can with you.
Hell yeah.
What is he? An electrode? That's so nerdy. I love it.
Go. Never. That was a battle. It was. It was. Oh, we're playing with the same other healer. Hi, Ghost. Let's see. god. Oh, I want to play. Lifeweaver. Good Lifeweaver game.
Growing into who you truly are.
Can I help you, young man?
Nothing so glamorous as running a gang of outlaws, I'm afraid.
Well, Deadlock Gorge would look
Hi.
more fine with a rose guard.
Tempting,
Mwah.
but I really should save the world
Hello,
first.
ghost.
Interesting.
You're so cute.
I envy your amicable relationship with your family.
You are
Kind of in the way, though. I can't really move my mouse when you're like this. Can you, like, move, like, over just a tad? Thank you. You're still kind of in the way, but it's okay. I love you. Okay. Yeah, you can just lay on my arm. That's fine.
Oops.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh.
Oh, my bad.
Ow.
It's not embarrassing if you
Hello.
To be fair, Junkrat in this mode does kind of like, compared to everyone else, kind of sucks balls.
Yeah, I won't be trying him. They do have a Junkrat on their team, though, which is interesting. Oh my god, not again! Ryan!
I'm sorry, I just used my pull.
It's okay.
He's found out that I am... I might have to go out of here. Never to let go. I'll use my ult and then we'll go. Hammer down! Oh, goodbye.
Oh. Thank you.
It's dead!
I've spotted a foe.
The tree is fallen. Take care.
We held it. That's good.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you kept it up there for a wee while. That was really good. Are you comfy there? His head is just resting on my wrist.
We can never move again.
Up you go.
It's time.
Go, Bob!
Enemy sighted.
You just put him on the pedal. Yep.
Oh, he's dead. I was gonna pull him. Ow! That's rude. Wasn't even looking.
Time for spring.
Uh-oh. Sorry! I didn't mean to...
Oh, he's won!
I meant to pull you, and I pulled the minute shield did too.
Sorry.
Guys, I'm okay Lifeweaver sometimes, I swear.
She's
They had
the
someone left on their
best.
team.
She's actually a top 500 Lifeweaver player.
Yes, and Cardboard 5.
A little care always helps.
I see one. In the hole.
I accepted my fate.
Sorry, I saved the tank. Oh, well. Oh, wait, someone's there.
It's me!
Sorry! I didn't see anyone was there.
It's okay. I was elusive.
What the fuck is this Bob doing? Sure, get up. Maybe I need to stay Life Weaver so we can get some cool ults.
I'm here.
Nice Life Weaver, they said. Oh.
Who? Sorry, I can't see chat.
Your Ash. No,
Oh,
Ash.
yay. Cleanse that. Here, got a Genju.
Where's Genji?
An enemy.
Oh.
Take cover. The tree is gone.
Oh, you're with a Genji. Nice job. Good work.
I had 7 minutes with Genji there.
Lots more options from above.
Why can't it be me? Oh. Oh my god, my queen.
However, I might be a fucking psychic. You're doing so good! Good job!
That was nuts.
I was just making a little jokey joke. I saved you from the Rhine smash! That's crazy!
No!
No! I don't have the reaction! No!
It's okay.
I was being smug. Uh-oh. I should have.
He's coming. No.
Oh, I fucked up my...
Nice. He's dead. The lad is coming.
The lad is dead. No, he fucking got me first.
He's dead.
That's good.
He's dead.
Kiriko nearly has her ult if we're over time for a while.
Rounding forth.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Nice.
Oop, I'm sleeping. Oh, I got slammed. Oh my gosh.
Nice! Good job.
Oh man.
Oh, Jesus, that Ryan was a menace.
He was phenomenal.
Winner! That's my life!
I'm so edgy! Yay! I was shocked at how long it went, so I just stopped moving.
Yeah, because it like extends based on like how many kills and stuff you get. Winner! There we go, and that's like just on time too.
Perfect.
We ended on a good one.
Gush. Now I can gush about you for like 8 minutes. Hell.
8 minutes?
Yeah, for 8 whole minutes, I can gush about how amazing you are and how people should go and
No,
check you out
you.
because you are
What the f-
wonderful.
You shut your mouth right
You are
now.
incredible.
Did you just see
I'm
that
sorry.
play the game? This
I'm
gamer
talking.
girl. Oh my god.
I am talking. She is
You are
incredible.
talking.
She is wonderful. She is absolutely hilarious. She plays so many different games that I've never even heard of, and she's such a good person, guys. You guys need to go and check out Hell because I love her to bits and
Me, a
pieces.
good person? Would a good
I
person
would
talk over their friend while they're trying to gush? Oh.
It's okay. I love stopping because you're such a good person. I want to hear every word you have to say. Yeah, get fucked. So anyway, you should go and check out because honestly, too, I would not be friends with someone for this
What
long
is
if
this
I didn't
punishment
absolutely love
wheel? It's
them.
another pistachio refund. Good job.
Yay, pistachios!
I fucking love pistachios. Thank you for playing with me today.
Yeah. My pleasure as
Gorgeous.
per usual.
I hope you have lots of fun in your other stuff today, too.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll
Make
be
sure you get
fun.
lots of
It is
good
a
rest after it as well.
I will. Oh my god. I'm gonna be freaking dead to the world. We should get a group together if we can and do some Mecha Chameleon. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, I've tried it. It's quite funny. Yeah, we can play some Mecha Chameleon together sometime.
We can
Have a
both be
little
hunters and
groupie.
go hunting for people.
I'm blind. I'm so blind. I'm actually so blind though.
No, it's
And I
okay.
also can't
We'll be
paint.
fine. We'll be
Can we hold hands while we
fine.
hunt together?
Yes, oh my god. We could also just play Hoont and just do that too. That's also super possible because that's
Hoont.
also a great choice.
Okay, now, do you remember that in 10 days, not this Saturday, but the next Saturday, this lovely witchy wifey over here is going to be debuting her 3.0. And you all better be there, or I can't say what I'm going to say on stream without getting banned. So, bad things might happen. If I don't see you guys there, I am a mod in her chat, so I will know.
Oh shit.
I'll be there. I'll know. I'll fucking know. No, but she's got lots of new shiny stuff on the way, and it's super exciting. I'm super excited for her. So the least that we can do is, go and show our support and stuff. So if you, take the day off if you work on a Saturday, and forfeit all your worldly possessions to pay your Shumi taxes and stuff. So yeah. Yeah.
And
Thank you
also
for
go and
joining
check
me.
out Hell because she's amazing and she's got some good little goodies being cooked up herself, which is super exciting.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. That's weird.
I do. I know what I'm talking about because I've seen it. And you guys are not prepared. You are ill prepared. You do not even understand how much you'll be barking. You don't even know. It's freaking awesome. She's the best. Go and check her out. Love you.
I need to get you off so that you can go get some rest and stuff before your big collab and get some food and whatnot. I don't want to keep you too long.
Keep me as long
But thank
as
you so much for playing today. It was
want.
lots of fun. We had some really good games.
Yeah, that mode is insane.
It's crazy.
Oh my god.
And we finished on a really cool play of the game as well from like the coolest person ever. It's great.
I don't know who that could have been. That's nuts. I could say the same to you, ma'am.
Who would you like to raid today?
I can't.
Oh, are you still just gonna stream?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna take like a rest and stuff and then start streaming later.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a rest. I'm gonna throw it into BRB and I'm just gonna have some clips playing in the meantime for like an hour so I can go eat. So
okay.
We could go or you could go to whoever you want that's not me.
What do you mean?
I know you.
Why did you stop your... I'm so upset.
What?
Oh, there we go. Shit. I'm so silly. There we go.
I know you
All
and I'm
right.
also in your chat. Yeah, that's what I freaking thought. Not a word to say, my love. Go and check out Hal. Follow her before you leave. No, you stinker.